era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship returns June 25th.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. I'm back here in the middle at Church Street Park. Two new captains, the Morrisville Raptors, set to take on the Philadelphians. Dame Pete with the coin in hand, ready to give it a flip. The call is heads. And it is going to be a Ted, so the Morrisville Raptors, they have won the toss. Dane, what is the decision today?
Yeah, same as yesterday. I think we bowled pretty well yesterday, but against a very good strong today in the Philadelphians. They're quite loaded, so we've got to be on our game more and more today. A lot of things to get better at, but I think now's the time.
All right, awesome. Good luck today, sir. And I'll ask Milind Kumar, the captain of the Philadelphians, to come here. Tough luck on the toss today. Had you had won, though, what would you have done?
No, you'd be batting first only.
So a win-win-win.
Yeah.
You know, last week, mixed results from last week and coming into this week here at Church Street Park. You've gotten to see a couple of games so far. What do you think is important to do when you come in and bat first?
It's nothing just to back ourselves. This is our first game on the turf, so looking forward to batting, yeah.
All right, well, good luck today, sir. That is the word from the middle. The Morrisville Raptors, once again, they win the toss, and they've elected to bowl. Hello and welcome to Church Street Park here for the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. I'm Aman Patel. I'm joined once again by Nate Hayes as we are here at Church Street Park for a day-night matchup between the Morrisville Raptors and the Philadelphians. Nate, how you doing today?
Doing pretty good. Another wonderful night ahead of us. I'm hoping. It usually is here at Church Street Park. We talk about all the time how close the games are, and we're expecting another close one tonight. The Philadelphians look very strong, and the Raptors are coming off of a big...
Yeah, they are coming off of a big win indeed. Nate, absolutely correct about that. Again, the word from the middle of the Morrisville Raptors, they once again win a toss. They once again choose to bowl. I talked to Milind Kumar, as you heard. He said he would have wanted to bat it anyway, so it's a win-win-win. Didn't need a toss to come out here. The big news, though, Liam Plunkett making his minor league debut.
Yeah, and he's taking it really seriously. We saw him out there. He brings a whole new level of professionalism to the league, measuring off his run-ups, marking that down with his unique marks, telling me to get out of his way when I'm taking pictures of him when he's practicing. But yeah, he did it all very nicely, you know, of course. But yeah, heck of a guy, excellent addition to the league, just huge player.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of my favorite scenes watching them warm up, Liam Plunkett was warming up, and Abhiram Bolasetti was warming up right beside him and right behind him. I thought that was the coolest picture of American cricket. You got this legend of the game and Liam Plunkett with this young, local, homegrown talent in Abhiram Bolasetti hoping to become a pace bowler for his country right beside. I thought that was a great picture to look at. I really enjoy seeing that as they warm up.
Definitely. You really do like to see that. And that's what the league's all about, you know.
Absolutely, and that brings us into the changes for the Morrisville Raptors. Abhiram Bolasetti in. You also are bringing in the other pacer in Sivakumar who missed out yesterday. They've sat Vivek Narayan and they sat out Chinmay Kushare, both of whom had a little bit of cameo here and there. Vivek didn't bowl. Surprising to see them not pick another spinner just because there was some spin on offer as we got to the second innings of the matchup in the first game. So we thought maybe you bring an extra spinner. Dane Pete is elected to go with his young pacer and his very experienced ex-India under-19 pacer in Sivakumar.
Right, and Sivakumar brings a lot of experience, really steady with the bat and the ball. And Bolasetti brings good bowling. He can also bat himself. We saw him hit the ball all over the place last year. Was it Atlanta in the playoffs? Yeah. So,
yeah, he did hit a couple of big shots.
Or actually right up to the playoffs.
Right up to the playoffs. The week up before the playoffs, he went and hit. I remember him hitting an uppercut that went away to the boundary for 6. And once again, it's Dane Pete opening the bowling. And for the Philadelphians, they're going to continue with their same opening pair in Abdul Syed and Derek Narayan. Abdullah Syed and Derek Narayan.
Abdullah can really hit the ball. Everyone calls him Tank, and you can see why right up there on your screen. He is a big fella.
And off the mark right away, Syed Abdullah. He gets off. Again, he likes to heave things over the leg side. Tank, as you mentioned, a big hitter. Derek Narayan, a lefty opening bat, so it's going to create that right-left-handed combination. I think that's why Dane Pete wants to be out there, wants to bowl to the left-hander. And he's good through the covers, but he always, I felt like in the first week he got out a couple of times trying to pull a spinner, so maybe Dane trying to rush him onto the back foot. There is a deep mid-wicket out for that shot as well. See if he's trying to fall into that ploy.
Yeah, let's see. This is a very strong opening partnership here. Both of these guys are high class.
Absolutely, Dane Pete giving some flight. Again, we saw some spin, and I think what he's going to do is fairly similar to what the Atlanta Lightning skipper did, Kerry Pierre. He came in and he bowled, he kept it tight on middle stump, and just dared the batsman to go anywhere else. As you see, Lahiru Malanta and Derek Narayan. And this one just played to the leg side. Gonna be a quick single.
And we talked a lot about this Philadelphians team in the draft show, the live draft show that we did. We really liked the way that they look. I still do. They look like a really, really strong team, really scary team. They don't really run out of depth very, very soon. So we'll see what they do here on this wonderful turf wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they're quick between the wickets, putting pressure on the Raptors fielders. Something we didn't see the Somerset Cavaliers do yesterday in the match, the day-night match. We saw them kind of just, okay, if it goes to the fielder, we're not going to take it. These two seem much more eager to take those quick singles.
Tank, definitely not running like a tank.
Just built like one and hits like one. Again, let's see what Dane Pete has in store for Derek Narayan. Again, you still see the deep mid-wicket and a long off. It goes full, it goes onto the legs, and it's going to be worked through the leg side. Smart batting, didn't try to do anything too much, and they're going to get an easy single. A good start to the over here for the Philadelphians. 4 runs off the first 5 balls, haven't lost a wicket, making use of the outfield, putting pressure on the Raptors fielders. As we'll see Syed Abdullah playing the last delivery of the over here from Dane Pete. And it's just hit straight back to Dane Pete, so that's going to do it. 1 over gone, 4 runs on the board.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back to Church Street Park here, headed into over number 2, and it's going to be Colin Archibald. Looking at this Philadelphians team here, Nate, what is a player that kind of stands out to you that seems to be a really good fit? We'll get to that after this First delivery from Archibald, who's gone back of a length and has been worked through the offside. Should just be cut to 1, maybe 2. They are going to push 2 and get 2. Nate, back to the question, what player on this roster really stood out to you?
Well, we talked a lot about Jonathan Fu in the draft show. We didn't know if he was going to return as the wild card, but he sure did. We mentioned it was a great fit last year. It looked like a great fit again this year. He won some games for them late. Every T20 team needs a finisher. Every T20 team dreams of a finisher like him in this minor league cricket championship, and he really performed for them. He filled that role beautifully last year.
Yeah, he hit Dane Pete for a couple of sixes when he was with the DC Hawks to finish off a couple matches. As this one is cracked through the offside, it's going to race away through covers. I'm not sure. Abhiram Bola said he's quick. Oh, he's done. Oh, no, he spilt it. He did all the hard work to get there. Try to roll it back. He just rolled his fingers over the ball. Again, not shy on effort. Just unfortunate that he could not get that one over.
Yeah, the ball is round, and if you go over across the top, it's not going to go very far.
Yeah, just giving it rotations to get back. There we go, Colin Archibald back in. Just gave up before, giving up a little too much room to Derek Narayan. This time, it's just sliding down the leg side.
Trying to cramp him there. Cramped him a little too much.
Yeah, it did. And the Philadelphians, they're looking for their first win of the year. Didn't get a win in their first game against the New England Eagles last week. Or excuse me, they did win.
They did, yes.
Against the New England Eagles. So they're looking to bounce back from their first win. Again, it was a very close game, and they ended up finishing off pretty quickly. 13 overs, they scored 133. So it tells you just the power of that batting lineup.
Yeah, that net run rate after that game, 3.55.
This one is pushed to the man at mid-on, which is Dane Pete. You're not taking a single on Dane Pete unless you're going to go straight away. Dane Pete showing off more athleticism out in the field.
Yeah, he's been stopping the ball all over the place. He did great yesterday in all aspects of the game. Starting out well right now with the fielding, so he's got that box somewhat checked off already. He should be in the game. You always feel like you're in the game when you get the ball hit to you and you get the slide.
And also only gave up 4 runs in his first over, so he's definitely there with the bowling as well. And Colin Archibald coming back in on the body. It's just chipped straight back. Should just be kept to 1, and it is just going to be kept to 1. Obis Pinar makes no mistake there. So again, when you look at this Philly team, Jonathan Fu, someone who stood out to you, but one of your favorite players I know is Kareem Agor, the left arm spinner. I know you're all over him. Tell me about Kareem Agor.
Well, he was the MVP of the Cool and Smooth T20 Explosion back in May, and that featured such players as our buddy Hayden Walsh Jr., Rakeem Cornwall, and of all those wonderful players, the standout performer, and it was with the bat too, Kareem Agor.
Yeah, he's a man who strikes the ball well. Also will give you some overs of spin, and I think that'll be a valuable asset here on turf. Hasn't played a lot of games on turf, however. Oh, it's given a no ball here from the umpire.
Ooh.
It was a nice Yorker that was jammed out. This ended up going to be a free hit now, and you're going to give Derek Narayan the license to go big.
Yeah, you don't want to give him any free whacks, that's for sure. Either of these two fellas.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is a very dangerous opening partnership, and if you can't get them out early, they could really kill you all the way through the game. Just ask the New England Eagles. They struggled getting the 2 out, and they paid the price in just 14 overs. So, Colin Archibald, he's changed the angle now, and since it is a new batsman, they are allowed to change the field. They've sent Dane Pete to the long on boundary. Dane Pete, of course, in the comm box with me for match 1, but he's on the field for match 2. Full straight down the leg side, and that should be help for another 4 runs. Not sure it came off the bat. Yes, off of the legs. 4 leg buys, but it's 4 nonetheless. And the Philadelphians will gladly take them with 4 more.
A little bit of a rough start here from Colin. A little bit reminiscent of his Florida appearance, where he's started a little rough. Let's see if he can finish as well as he did in Florida.
Yeah, I think right now the Raptors seem to be a little bit down on energy. Again, a lot of them riding high off of last night's win It came down to the wider. And just got to reassess and refocus in here. See a lot of hands on hips early on. It's a little bit of sloppy stuff early on, whether it's the fielding, just a little unfortunate for Abiram Bolasetti, and the bowling so far with at least Colin Archibald hasn't been terrific. This time goes short and keeps it to no run. So it's a good comeback there to end the over. Excuse me, no, there is going to be a ball left in the over. No, they're giving me a double bluff here, guys. The scorers want to give me a bluff, and the umpires want to give me a bluff. So that's going to do it. 2 overs gone, 18 runs on the board.
You guys see that?
Welcome back to Church Street Park, and our first bowling change has taken place here. Siva Kumar, who was very good for Morrisville last year, he's being brought in for his first overs here at Church Street Park. And he's kept it away from
ball.
Tank.
Just inside that line, just out of reach for Tank. And this is one of the things that Shiba brings to the team. You can bowl him pretty much anywhere in the game, and that matters when you have a potent power play partnership like these two. You want to have a lot of power play options with your bowling.
And this one is just going to be edged down to the leg side. It's going to go away for 4 runs. Again, he's just strangling line. He brings it back into the right-hander naturally. And this now just allows that extra movement down to the leg side, just allows Syed Abdullah to run it down to the leg side, make that an easy 4 runs.
Yeah, you don't want to have any unlucky breaks like that with these two, because they're not going to always need luck.
And here we go, Siva back in, this time right in front of off stump. I think that's where he's going to want to be. I think what they're trying to do is test Syed Abdullah and try to keep him outside that off stump and see if he wants to heave one through the leg side. Because of the movement back in, it just opens up his stumps, and that's where Siva Kumar is very, very effective.
Yeah, and the 512 on Syed's jersey, that's his bench press max.
Is that a true story or is that just fable?
I'm just joking. I have no idea.
This one is slapped hard, but it's straight to great feet, and he's put it down. Usually so sharp in the field. It was struck firmly off the bat of Syed Abdullah. But that's one the Morrisville captain is going to want to have back. He just doesn't know how he put it down. Hopefully his fingers are okay. You see tape around one. Just take a look at the replay. It was struck so firmly right into him and just could not hang on.
Yeah, if he had just gotten his left foot over a little bit quicker, he might have had that more in the center of his body. We had a better chance to catch it. But Abdullah, Syed, he really hits the ball very hard. When he hits it, it stays hit. Reminds me of a little bit of Ryan Scott in terms of how hard he hits the ball.
And that was the wicket that they were looking for, and he's been put down. How big is that moment? Now that we see Syed Abdullah, how many runs will he score from here? And he's on 5 at the moment. That one, a swing and a miss, and just misses that off stump.
Good ball there, great delivery there. And we saw yesterday the match came down to drops pretty much, and extras. So we've seen both already.
Yeah, yesterday, even talk about the first match today, a couple sloppy stuff in the field, allowed Lightning get off to a fast start. And again, Siva's been very tight, apart from just that 1-4 that he gave up. He's kept everything at and around off stump, and that's going to do it. 3 overs gone, 24 runs on the board.
1, 2, 3.
Welcome back to Church Street Park. It's Kieran Severnakumar in, and he starts off with a wide, but news out there in the middle. We saw that drop chance, and it's led to Dane Pete coming off the field for some treatment. Hopefully it's nothing too serious for the Raptors.
Let's hope so. They're going to really count on him. Yesterday, he put up a man-of-the-match worthy performance. Definitely a captain's innings in every aspect, both innings. Yeah. So they're going to need him back. Hopefully this doesn't take him out of the game or worse.
Yeah, we don't want to see anything like that. Kieran had a great day yesterday, though. Can he replicate something like that, keeping it right and straight to Derek Narayan? And Rohan Phadke just trying to do a little bit too much there. There's no need. Murli Krish, who's on for Dane Pete at the moment, unable to back that one up fully. And just allows for an easy single. Again, taking pressure away from dot balls. You can't be sloppy in the field. Morrisville were so sharp yesterday, they can't shoot themselves in the foot here.
Right. I thought they started a little slow in the field in the first over yesterday with awareness, but they certainly made up for it. Hopefully, for their sake, they're just a little bit sloppy in the first 3 overs today.
Yeah, they're going to hope to turn this thing around.
We're seeing Kieran right now bowling from the Shiloh end. If I remember correctly, he bowled from the Cedar Fork end yesterday.
He was at the Cedar Fork end, but at the Shiloh end today. And he's just kept it tight. He's kept it a little bit slower. Not allowed Syed Abdullah to really get under it. Just a single. Again, not leaking too many runs. That's the big thing you got to look at. Just the leaking of runs. Just a couple singles here and there. Forest. So here we go, back in Kieran Severnakumar. Always been heaved over the leg side. There's a mid-wicket, but he's put it over cow corner. That's a brilliant shot. The signal is 4 from the umpire. And Derek Narayan, he's gotten it going.
That was really close right there to between 4 or 6.
Yeah, it was just one bounce over the rope. We saw in the early match Xavier Marshall have a situation bounce just in front of that boundary rope. And again, as we see here, Derek Narayan just quick on to the back foot. We're just ready to take that one on himself. Kieran struggling to start off this match today.
Much better power play right now than last night, as far as the first inning is concerned.
Yeah.
And for those watching unfamiliar with the sport, first 6 overs, you're only allowed to have 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle.
Well, this time there's no fielder out on that side of the 30-yard circle. Wouldn't matter if anyway. It's going to be a big 6, this time over cover. We saw Kieran try to slow this one down, but it didn't matter. He got onto it very quickly and takes it over the rope. Derek Narayan showing all of his class at the moment, showing why this is a powerful batting duo.
Rough over so far for Kieran. Yesterday's man of the match, I believe, with 4 wickets.
Yeah, he was the man of the match yesterday, but not starting off too strong today, giving up back-to-back boundaries. Let's see what he's got in store for Derek Narayan. Again, this is a powerful duo. 24 runs already on the board to 37 runs on the board through 3.4 overs. A brilliant start in this power play. Kieran coming back in, hit for 2 boundaries. Just going to have a single to finish it off. No, excuse me, there's going to be another delivery after this one. Just a single to get Syed Abdullah on strike, and maybe it'll be even a bigger shot from Syed Abdullah.
Yeah, with both of these guys from either side can really lose balls basically.
Absolutely. They're glad they're hitting into the Shiloh end and not hitting into the Cedar Fork end. The Cedar Fork end is where the creek is. They're going to be happy that they're standing at the Cedar Fork end and delivering to the Shiloh end at the moment. Kieran, final delivery of the fourth over, maybe the final delivery from the Shiloh end. It's hit up in the air. Archibald is there. He's judging it. He's underneath it. Should take it. And will. A little bit of a juggle in the end, but it made it look easy. And that is going to be the end after all the fireworks from Derek Narayan. Saeed Abdullah tries to get in on the action, but he only gets as far as the mitts of Colin Archibald.
Yeah, and on the last ball of the over, once again.
It's just a trend, and that's going to do it. 4 overs gone, 38 for the loss of 1. Welcome back to Church Street Park here in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. We've had a lot of great games, and none of it would be possible without our sponsors, the aforementioned ones, and our official sponsor, DAFA News. It's been a great day here at Church Street Park, and it's only going to get better. We got Church Street under the lights, and I don't think there's anything better, especially in USA cricket, than Church Street under the lights. Siva Kumar back into the attack, and he'll be bowling to the new man, the captain of the Philly side, Milind Kumar.
Milind Kumar, one of the better players to spin probably in the whole country. I love watching him play spin.
Well, he's going to be facing pace to start off. He just worked it through the leg side. He's a very smart player, won't try to do anything too much too early, but once he's in his zone, there's nothing that's going to stop him from playing his shots, and he likes to come down to the spinners, use his feet well. He's quick onto the back foot to pull as well, and he likes to play over covers.
There were some games in the Houston Challenge, which was a 50-over league, basically, to prepare USA Cricket for their World Cup, or Cricket World Cup League 2. And in that, Milind Kumar, there were a couple of games where the pitch was really rough, really difficult to navigate, and Milind was one of the standouts on those days. Good in tough spots, I think.
Yeah, again, he can be a very gritty player, understands situations, and whenever he's ready to come in, he just applies himself. He's not going to throw his wicket away most days. He's going to go out playing the shots he feels are the best shots to play. Never feel like there's a soft dismissal when you're watching Milind Kumar. But it's Derek Narayan who's coming off of an over with back-to-back boundaries. This time, Siva Kumar just cramps him up for room.
So Kieran went pretty expensive, 14 runs that over, but it ended so well for him.
Yeah, to break that opening partnership is so huge. You talked about it, how dangerous that opening partnership is between Saeed Abdullah and Derek Narayan. Now you have one edge of the sword there, but the twin blades are even more dangerous. And this is why that shot down the ground, it's over. Obis Pinar, very tall individual. He's not going to get it at mid-on, and it's going to watch him sail over for 4 more runs.
Just carried over him. Looked like he might have a chance at it off the bat, but it definitely carried.
Yeah, again, he's a very tall individual, maybe the tallest on the team, and if he didn't have an opportunity to go get it, there's really no way anyone was going to have an opportunity to go out and get their hands up to get it.
No, and when you're running kind of at an angle like that, you're also going down a hill a little bit, which, creates even more space between you and a high ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this delivery, Derek Narayan went for the big swing. There's an edge, and he's going to be gone. He went for the big one, tried to go into out. This time just finding the outside edge, and he's got to go. Siva Kumar back into the side. He strikes.
Great comeback there after a well-hit 4. And this is what Siva Kumar brings to the team for sure. Very experienced bowler, doesn't get rattled, was a key player of the team last year, captained a little bit when Jaskaran was gone. Very, more than capable of leadership.
Absolutely. Again, he's someone who's not going to get rattled. If he gets hit for a boundary, he's just going to come back and back himself to bowl the right delivery. And he did. He just pulled the length a little bit and just said, if you're going to go into out from this. And that was the end of Derek Narayan. So the opening pair have to walk back. Derek Narayan has some damage done to the score, but now it brings out your favorite player, Karima Gore.
Well, it's nice to see Karima on turf, batting in this position for sure. KG on his shirt. I saw him before the game. He was very happy to be here. He loves this ground.
Who doesn't love this ground? I think that's the better question to ask.
Well, yeah, that's true. One of these days we're going to say, oh, this guy hates this ground. He hates playing here.
It'd be a shock to me when I find hearing that one. Just only if they have a string of ducks. That's the only time I could imagine someone saying that one. But Karima Gore, he'll be on strike. And now you got both right-handers in the middle. Karima Gore, he's someone who plays with a little bit more of an open stance, so could be susceptible to that in-swinger from Siva.
Ooh.
Some good bounce off of the wicket here.
Absolutely.
Wicket was a little bit stopped a little bit yesterday. Today, the sun's been kind of baking it. You saw a big bounce there from Siva Kumar, who usually doesn't get a lot of over bounce either.
Yeah, that was that one went way over the stumps.
And again, if we just look at what Siva Kumar's been able to do, he's come back nicely. He's just going to look for another wicket to finish his over off. Went to go slice at it, unable to get any bat on it. So that's going to do it. 5 overs gone. The wicket falls in at 43 for the loss of 2.
He's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom.
Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Here we go, Colin Archibald. He's into the attack. It's just been played straight to first slip from the batter out there in the middle, the captain, Milind Kumar.
And we talked about KG. I can't believe I didn't mention that he's one of the best fielders in the entire country, if not the best fielder. One of the best fielders in the whole world, really. I mean, let's get real. He's phenomenal.
High praise from Nate Hayes, but it is well warranted. One of the most athletic guys, takes some of the most athletic catches, have some of the best runouts. He's always quick. You can see him warming up the legs on your screen, so he's always active. And right now, Colin Archibald making things a little bit tricky. He's pitching it up to Milind Kumar, daring him to drive across, and we know Colin Archibald has the ability to move it across from the right-hander.
Yeah.
He's trying to get that edge out to a wide-ish first slip, almost a second slip. He is. He goes to look to play that expansive cover drive that he loves to play so much. Just lure him out there, waiting for that edge. You see all the crowd here piling up. There'll be more and more people flowing in as the sun starts to drop, as it gets cooler and the lights come on. Everyone starts to show out. That time, a more controlled drive, work to point, is going to allow the two to get a single and Karima Gore to get some strike.
Yeah, this is one of the only grounds probably in most sports where you have more people here in the second innings or the second half than you do in the first.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter the situation of the game.
Doesn't matter.
Because
first innings could be a stinker. People are still coming out.
The first innings could be the tightest thing. The second, you can see 200 runs in the first innings and then maybe 50 runs in the second, and you still have more people in the second just because of just the nature and the vibe that you get at Church Street under the lights. Again, I think the best thing about American cricket is Church Street under the lights. As Colin gets Karima Gore to drive straight back to Rohan Phadke, and they're just going to take one. Again, they're not trying to do too much here against Colin Archibald. Knows he's a dangerous bowler. Don't want to give him any early wickets and get 3 down here before the power play is done.
Yeah, we talk about Morrisville, we talk about the support for the team. We've got guys in this Raptors team that came up through the local Triangle Cricket League youth program to make it to this team. And, you know, you ask any of the kids around here who their favorite players are, and they're going to tell you those players.
And this one on to the body of Milind Kumar. He was like, why don't you want the single? Kareem Agor says no, Archibald's running in. But as you mentioned, a lot of youth, and we'll talk more about them. But like you mentioned, we have plenty of guys going up through TCL, Sanjay Stanley, Rohan Fadke, Abhiram Bolasetti, people who are maybe not in the 11, the official 12th man, Aryan Shah. You have guys like Abdullah Shah. All these guys are part of this TCL community, or part of the youth programs here, grew up in North Carolina playing cricket, and just fought their way onto this Raptors squad.
The pride of the community, for sure. It is pretty impressive when you think a community like this, a smaller community that's going up against some large, big cities, basically, produced so many U19 players over the last few years.
Yeah, Dane Pete talked about how it's a 10-minute drive to everywhere in Morrisville. And we have to re-bowl that delivery. No, it's not going to be deemed wide by the umpire. I'm not sure that one went over leg stump. Milind Kumar can't quite believe it. And I'm not sure this one should have been deemed a regular delivery, but the umpire's word goes here in minor league cricket. And that's going to do it. 6 overs gone. The power play is done. 45 for the loss of 2.
Oh yeah, I saw her earlier when she walked past me.
Welcome back to Church Street Park, the side of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. It's Abhiram Bolasetti coming into the attack, and he's driven straight to the man at short cover. Sharp work from his fellow youth member, Rohan Fadke. And Abhiram Bolasetti, he swings the ball out. He likes playing at Church Street Park. Didn't have the greatest of starts, though, in Fort Lauderdale. Was really hit up. Bowled a decent last over. Had 2 really good Yorkers, missed 1, and got hit for 6. So it's going to be good for him to get some confidence back bowling at Church Street Park.
Absolutely. He's had some amazing performances here in the past, as we know. He tends to bounce back from rough games with good games, which is a great sign.
Very, very confident player, and he trusts himself a lot. He's got a lot of pace on him as well, and one of the fastest youth bowlers in the nation. I think him, Rohan Posanapalli would be the 2 guys I think of when I think of youth that have real pace. And again, he is someone who has a lot of pace. He's someone who has a lot of pace. He has a lot of confidence in himself, and I think this team has a lot of confidence in him as well. That's why he's bowling the first over after the power play. And you can see the swing away. It's going to be a thick outside edge to third man. It's been a very good over here from Abhiram. He's been a little bit more consistent, not straying everywhere.
Yeah.
Again, he's just, I think, picked up a little bit of confidence and likes being back at Church Street Park.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't he? He's a good fielder, too. We've seen him make some great plays in the field here. We've seen him bat here. You and I have. And obviously everyone's seen him bowl well here.
Yeah, and the TCL hosted a T10 tournament, the first one last year. He had a spell where he only bowled Yorkers, and he picked up 4 clean bowled Yorkers. Had a hat trick dropped in that game as well. So we know the talent he possesses. That one straying down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. You can see him trying to angle it, get it into the pads. Just getting a little bit carried away, trying to get 2 straight.
And I really wanted to see that U19 team. I really wanted to see the team. Lacetti, Posna, and Valasa Magari.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see the 3 of those.
It would have been a fantastic pacing duo. Also, you talk about Vatsal Vagela, Ali Sheikh would have been part of that crew as well. So I think
Rohan
Fadke would have been on there. So many pieces for that team. This one angled into the stumps. It's worked through point. They're going to pick up one, a little bit of a fumble.
These 2 run really well. And so they're going to put pressure on the field for sure.
Absolutely. Again, I think it's all about putting pressure on the fielders here at Church Street Park. It's nice and easy to field. So if you're not putting pressure as a batter between the wickets, you're just going to be sentenced to turn cheeky 2s to just easy 1s rather than trying to convert some of those half chances, which is something that you need to do here at Church Street Park. As Abhiram storms in. Oh, this time finds a bottom edge. Krimagor looking to heave it over mid-wicket, just evades the stumps. That time Abhiram, again, angling it into Krimagor, not giving him room. You can see it hit him in the elbow. Not a great spot you want to be hit.
No fun there.
Especially with Abhiram's pace, it does come quite quick.
He's saying to Milland, he's like, hey, can I borrow that arm pad right now? We'll swap like swapping bats in hard tennis.
Well, it wouldn't have even mattered to hit him on the backhand too, Nate. So, and on the right elbow.
Oh,
so.
right. Well, you can put it on that one then.
Yeah, you gotta have to put it on the wrong hand. Maybe play with 2. Maybe have all the accessories out there. Abhiram coming in for the final delivery of the over. Again, angled into the body, worked through the leg side. They're gonna pick up 1, and that's gonna do it. 7 overs gone, 49 for the loss of 2.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Is the thing hot? मैं कह रहा था आपके पाँव मेरे भी चल रहे हैं अभी. No. Bhai, I mean, like, literally, it is burning from the heat. It's not aching, it's burning from the heat. Yeah. That'd be great.
Welcome back to Church Street Park. We have another change in the bowling, this time from the Shiloh end. It's Aditya Padala, the left arm seamer. Coming in, picked up wickets yesterday using those off cutters and leg cutters he's known for. Doesn't bowl a lot of seam up deliveries. And I think now in the middle overs, that's why you're going to see him bowl because of his abilities to bowl those deliveries.
Right, and now with the Raptors have 2 left arm fast bowlers, and that is a luxury, and that is the formula that Silicon Valley Strikers used to make it all the way to the championship last year. They actually had 3.
This one hit away through the offside. I think it's going to beat everybody, beat point, and it's going to beat sweeper cover, and it's going to be 4 runs straight away, just a little bit too wide. He's not quick enough to rush the batsman there. He's going to be slapped away for 4 runs at Aditya Padala.
First boundary in a little while, it seems like. But that's one of the things I love about cricket on this ground. It's not, some of these AstroTurf grounds, it's just a slugfest the whole game long. Here, there's hardly ever a whole innings where a team just takes over with the bat. There's always going to be some lulls, and that makes for an exciting, interesting game in my mind.
Absolutely, we all want the game to ebb and flow. The first game today, though, was all Atlanta Lightning all the way through with the bat.
Right.
Lost an early wicket and still never lost anything. Again, pushing it out wide, and again, this is deemed wide. Quick work by the gloves of Lahiru Malanta to get out there. He's keeping up to Aditya Padala to not allow the batsman to come down the track. The batsman on this occasion would be Krimagor, who likes to use his feet as well with the spinner. So if he was to deal with Aditya Padala as one, he would come down the track and try to hit him over the top. And again, it's another cutter, this time back of a length. They're going to push for 2, and they're going to go ahead and get 2. No, excuse me. They're only going to go get one. It was interesting that you made the Silicon Valley Strikers comment because when you look at Aditya Padala and you look at Colin Archibald, I kind of think it's almost like Sarvnath Walker would be the Padala of the world. It's not as quick, but bowls a lot of the cutters and keeps it tight. And then the Archibald, maybe your Kulvinder Singh, who swings it back in both directions and does things like that.
Yeah, maybe. I think, yeah, that's probably a decent comparison. Obviously, you're a little bit different, both of them. Whoa, nice stop there.
Yeah, athletic stuff there from Kiran Sarvanakumar. And there's no perfect analogy, but when you
when
you brought that up, that was kind of the first thing that came to my mind.
I don't know if anybody swings it as much as Kulvinder did that weekend.
And he swings it both ways too. He'll swing it away from the right-hander and back in, and swings it about a mile. So
he does.
We would say kilometer, but we are in the USA, as Dane Pete pointed out to me plenty of times. So you're saying a mile, but he would swing it all the way across the park. Aditya Padala, though, it's been a little bit more of an expensive over than he's accustomed to bowling.
Oh,
but there
nice.
is what he's used to. Again, the slower one, and it just creates tough life for the batsman because of the fact the keeper's up. You never know what kind of delivery is coming out of Padala's hands, and they all kind of look the same coming out of his hand. It's just in the air, you have to pick it.
Right, and that's a good slower ball for you. It looks like it's going to come about waist high. You're going to be able to smash it, and it just dips and slows down, obviously.
Again, this time runs the fingers around it. It's an off cutter. Look how quick Aditya Padala is right off his run up to run to the 30-yard circle. They are able to get two this time, however, and again, they're continuing to push these runs. They're not looking to sit in any lulls. They're just looking to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, you mentioned Atlanta Lightning hitting it all over the place the entire innings. The last time I saw that here, I think, was the Empire State Titans last year.
Yeah, Christopher Barnwell, we talked about him in the morning match, hitting and denting an officer's car. Yes, a police officer, with a massive six that he hit into the Church Street parking lot. This one worked away through the leg side, should just be one, and that's going to do it for the 8th over after 8, 58-59 for the loss of 2. Back here at Church Street Park, Abhiram Bolazadi back from the Shiloh end. Back from the Cedar Fork end. Starts off with the wide, trying to keep it out of the reach of Kremagore.
And we've got that wind going again. It feels like Prairie View right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I haven't spent a lot of time at that ground, but I've heard the wind is unbelievable. And again, you can hear some flapping going on, papers flying everywhere, bottles flying around, and it is blowing from the left of your screen to the right of your screen, Nate, or would it be the opposite way around?
I think it's going both ways. I don't know. It's going all
It's
over
always
the place.
swirling here at Church Street Park. This time, it's hit Abhiram flush on the foot. I think it's come straight out onto his right leg.
And there was maybe a little bit of a chance there, potentially, if there had been a clean pickup.
Then it looked aerial for a moment. I think Abhiram would have gotten well down. He is a pretty tall individual. I'm not sure if it hit flush or on the foot. I think he got his shoe rather than his ankle, which is a big thing.
I don't think he had a chance. I mean, there might have been a chance at a run out there if Obis had scooped up that ball after it deflected off of his ankle.
As we like to say, everything happening at the moment.
That would have made a highlight.
Definitely would have made a highlight. Nate Hayes always like to say that one makes the highlight reel, so he's looking for another one to make the highlight reel as the wind continues to blow. Abhiram goes back of a length this time. Just worked down to third man for a single. Again, Milind Kumar not going to try to do anything too risky. Just understands that they just need to keep runs flowing here at Church Street Park. 130 is a good score. You can defend that score. It's also chaseable. So anywhere upwards of 130, you feel pretty confident in your ability.
I think this is the advantage that the Raptors have in this situation right now is I think a visiting team might see, hey, our run rate slowed down a little bit. This is not good. And they might panic a little bit, but the Raptors know better than that at this ground. There are ebbs and flows to the game here.
Absolutely, there are ebbs and flows. Abhiram Bolasetti keeps it outside the off stump, but Kareem Gore, he's good enough to do that one over the leg side for 4. Took it from outside the off stump, worked it over the leg side, and it's 4 for Kareem Gore.
Seeing a little bit of that smooth and cool from Karima. Definitely, after he did so well in that, I was a little bit shocked to not see him in the USA T20 team. I wasn't that. I mean, it's a tight race to get into that team.
Absolutely, especially with his role as a left arm spinner.
Oh yeah.
Ali Sheikh bashes the ball. Vatsal Vagela picks up wickets. So, and there's more and more names you can keep listing. So a lot of left arm spinners.
Nisarg Patel.
Absolutely. Oh, Abhiram, he was interested for a little bit. A bowler's always going to appeal, especially after they play a big drive and it beats the outside edge. Yeah. Again, that's a better length there from Abhiram. We haven't really seen Karima find much success around a length where he's driving rather than just able to throw his hand straight back. I think that's where you want to keep it if you're Abhiram Bolasetti.
Are you using mine while
And like I said, there's no reason for anybody to panic right now with the run rate dipping down a little bit. Projected score right now is 156. That's a pretty good score here.
That's an unbelievable score here at Church Street Park. This one again angled into the body, worked into the leg side. Just going to be 1. Murli Krish puts out a throw, but there is backup involved.
I think you have to be a little more careful, more selective with your throwing with these two. They're going to get there most of the time. You don't want to take that chance to accidentally throw something away, or just takes a little hop or hop off the edge of the square or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think having good backup is always going to be key here at Church Street Park. And you want to be aggressive with your throws, but again, when you're aggressive, you've got to make sure you're accurate. If you're trying to throw at one side and the fielder's running to his left and you throw it back to his right, there's no chance that he's going to have an opportunity to back you up. So you want to have controlled throws, but you can be aggressive. That one's going to be a wide. I'm just straying in line a little bit. You can see the intention is to just keep these two driving. I think it's especially Milind Kumar, who has a tendency to reach out to play his cover drives. But that time, again, just going a little bit too wide. I think it was a little bit too short as well for that length.
Yeah, Abhiram's got the wind to his back right now. Blowing from the Cedar Fork end towards the Shiloh end. It's definitely blowing enough to make a difference. Both the bowlers and the batters.
This one comes in, again keeps it outside the off stump. I think it would have been a wide had he left it, but he got onto it. And that's going to do it for the over. 9 overs gone, 69 for the loss of 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Back to Church Street Park. Aditya Badala continuing from the Shiloh end. He's going to be bowling to Milind Kumar. Starts off with the cutter, finds an inside edge and hits his legs and not the stumps. Fortunate there for Milind Kumar, but again, you know what Badala's going to do. The cutter's the slower one is going to continue.
Yeah, and it's quite effective having a medium pacer. You can bring the keeper up. Like we saw Trump yesterday from Houston take 3 wickets. Got the Lox Perica style right there,
Look at Aditya Badala. I'm so sorry to cut you off there, but my goodness. So he goes and bowls the delivery. The ball's hit over through mid-wicket. He runs all the way from his follow-through to mid-wicket, slides over, gets up and throws kind of in one emotion,
Right.
and it's right on top of the stumps. And
he's sliding to the right, throwing with his left arm.
It was unbelievable, the effort and the athleticism. And again, you talked about it yesterday. I was so mesmerized by just the way he was moving around that slide, the throw, and it was so accurate too, right above the stumps, and Lehiru just took the bails off just a touch late. That was unbelievable stuff there from Aditya Padala.
Oh yeah, that'll put pressure on him for sure. That'll make people think twice.
Absolutely. Milind Kumar, he looks compact, he looks good. This one is stretched out wide. Another under edge. They are going to get one. But again, the boundaries aren't coming, and maybe causes Kareem Agor to try something different. We know he's the more aggressive of the two, naturally. So does he try to take one of Padala's cutters and heave it over the field outside? You have a deep cover, a long off, a wide long on, and a mid-wicket. Gonna dare you to go behind square, but does Kareem Agor try to go straight back? No, he's just gonna drive it and guide it into the gap for a quick single. Again, it's a good spot here for the Philadelphians to be in. Again, if you're anywhere around 130, you feel like you're very much in the game here at Church Street Park.
Most definitely. And we can see here we haven't had any spin since Milind came in. We've only actually had one over a spin the entire game, so the entire inning so far. And I don't think we're going to see much of that as long as Milin's in there.
That one looks close and is given. Again, the question is going to be, does it pitch outside the line? I think Lehiru is kind of saying the pitch. To me, I thought it pitched outside the line of leg and then cut back into middle stump. But nonetheless, the umpire Vijay Malala thought it was close enough that it had pitched on leg stump and that it was going to go ahead and crash on the stumps. I'm not sure there's a question on whether it was going to go on to hit stumps. The question was it going to pitch in line or was it going to pitch outside the leg stump? But nonetheless, that is the umpire's decision, and that is going to be the end of Milind Kumar. Unable to put a real mark on the game. He has to go for just 9 runs off 14 deliveries. Is going to bring about a new bat into the middle.
I'm resetting.
Is that going to be enough to bring in Jonathan Fu? I think they would try to save Jonathan Fu. But to me, this looks like it is going to be Jonathan Fu coming into the middle. He's a big hitter.
Good call on the food.
Brings back that lefty-righty combination.
I said thank you.
Jonathan Fu is the new man in the middle. Big left-hander, was a big part of the Philadelphians' success last year. We saw him finish games off against the DC Hawks, hitting Dane Pete for a couple of sixes in the final over to beat them. Coming in closer to the playoff time, he was also able to hit a couple of big shots there to finish games. Was the finisher for Philadelphia last year. Going to send him at number 4 here to kind of anchor an innings alongside Kareem Agor. Maybe try to put some of the explosiveness back into innings that have been a little bit slow, lacking boundaries at times. So let's see what it is. I think this is the matchup you want if you are the Raptors, the cutting and the cutters of Aditya Padala against the big hitting of Jonathan Fu. And just solid defense to end the 10th over from Jonathan Fu. Not going to result in any runs. 73 for the loss of 3. So welcome back to Church Street Park, the side of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. We have another spinner brought into the attack, Obis Pinar, following the departure of Milind Kumar. As you said, Milind, a very good player of spin. Maybe as to why they elected to bring spin after he had gone.
They had a whole lot of pace options. Why not use them while they're working? Especially, you know, they did slow down the run rate with their seamers.
Absolutely, and now here's an interesting matchup for me. The left-arm orthodox bowler, Obis Pinar, versus Jonathan Fu. Now, Jonathan Fu, we know, is a big hitter of the ball, and I think he's going to want to play to run a ball for the next, say, 3 overs. But I think if you give him a loopy one that he thinks he can throw his hands at, he can't resist. But just a good stop there to keep that one to just 1. And again, I think if I'm Obis Pinar, I want to see where Jonathan Fu's mind at. How strong is he to just take a single when it's looped up there for you to slog sweep?
Right.
Where's his mind at?
I think the Philadelphians will be happy with Fu taking his time, easing himself in. A nice little single there from KG.
Absolutely. He's playing well. Kareem Agor. He's looked good again. Jonathan Fu, he's naturally aggressive, and if you have a fly to delivery, I've seen him really try, even early on in his innings. I just give him one. There it is, but it dipped quickly, and it's well done there by Murli Krishankaraju to keep that to a dot.
Kareem is going at a run a ball, 19 from 19, 2 fours.
This delivery again, flatted up again, hit through the covers. And was it a chance there? Has he put it down? I think he has. And he's also given an overthrow as well. It's going to allow Kareem Agor to get back on a strike. So a double whammy for the Morrisville Raptors. Thought they had the big hitting Fu out. Instead, Fu's going to be able to get off strike.
Ooh, tough luck there. It's tough to imagine that not coming back to haunt them.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, if Fu sticks in, he's able to put some of those big sixes that he's known for. It's going to be a tough sell. But right now is Kareem Agor there, and you can see Obis Pinar. Love seeing this, tying Jonathan Fu's shoes. He's on.
Yeah, rough one there for Morali.
Pinar again gives some flight, again work through the leg side, and they're just going to settle for 1. And these two not nearly as quick as the two that were in Milind Kumar and Kareem Agor, but that is going to do it. 78 for the loss of 3 after 11. The wind gusting at Church Street Park as we welcome you back here. And we're going to see Aditya Badala continue after getting a wicket. Oh, this one looks good. Yes, it is. This one, there's no doubt about it, Karima. It's pitching in line, hitting in line, and I think impact hitting middle and off. No doubt about this one in my mind.
Great ball. Big ball there. Karima out now. Now it's pretty much Fu before you get into run-a-ball territory for the Philadelphians for the next 5-6 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. And this delivery, let's just talk about it, was a cutter. You saw it dip in the air, move back towards the right-hander, and then cut back away from him at the very end as well. It was a good delivery. I think Kareem Agor first thought maybe it was outside the leg stump, but this one looked far more clear-cut than the previous LBW decision for Milind Kumar. And again, it's going to bring in the man that's been attracting quite a show, attracting a lot of attention, people texting me all throughout the day. Is he going to play? It's Liam Plunkett who's come in alongside Jonathan Fu.
Unmistakable. He's the biggest guy on the ground. So here comes Plunkett. Here we go. Liam Plunkett taking guard at Church Street Park. I was around him when he saw the ground for the first time. He was very impressed. Loved the ground. Said it reminded him of back home a little bit, except for the heat.
Yeah, now it doesn't get quite this warm up there in England, but I think he's going to enjoy himself here at Church Street Park. And the Raptors are hoping he can enjoy himself on the benches, just enjoy the views, not sending balls into the sky. We know he's a big power hitter who can come in. He's coming at the tail for England's national team. Aditya Badala to Liam Plunkett. What can he do? And straight away, run down to third man, past third man, and it's going to be 4 all the way to the boundary. That's the experience that Liam Plunkett brings, sees that gap and pierces that gap for 4 runs.
So Liam Plunkett already striking at 400 in minor league cricket.
And what a shot to do it with. Super powerful. No, again, it's just smart cricket, and I think that's what he's going to bring to the team with the ball, with the bat. He's going to understand the situation, understand what these players do. And he's just, I think when you play this many games of cricket, you understand the angles that he can create, and that's what he's doing with the bat right now.
Takes his warm-up very seriously. I'm very excited to see this.
This ball comes in, work through the leg side. It's going to be 1. Again, Badala's not going to change his approach. He's going to keep keeping it on the body. And Liam Plunkett's going to have to just, knock it around. Again, if you're Jonathan Fu, you got to stick in with Liam Plunkett. Liam Plunkett's showing the ability to score, and obviously I don't think anyone's expected him not to score, even though he hasn't played really in 13 months. But Jonathan Fu, you're that real big hitter that can come in and just tear up a lineup, a spinner. So if you can stick in for the next 2 overs, you're really going to have a nice time here in the middle.
So those watching at home, get out to the ground. Liam Plunkett's in the middle already.
He's in the middle. We're going to see him with the ball. He marked up his run-up during his warm-up. Spray painted it on the ground, did the little LP over it as well. That's something that they do in international cricket.
Yeah, there's one here.
Brings a lot of value to Major League and minor league cricket, for sure, with his strength and conditioning experience as a coach.
Absolutely. Last week didn't play in Philadelphia, but today he's here at Church Street Park, ready to be more of a player rather than a mentorship role.
He's a very bright guy, too. I've had some conversations with him. He gets the big picture very well. I think you kind of have to be, with his experience, you kind of have to be pretty bright.
And you can see all the fans in attendance. All of these people love cricket. Some coming out for the first time. Some teammates that come out, and again, it's lovely to see all the people come in, and we'll see more and more come in as the sun starts to go down. Jonathan Fu cuts this one away, gonna get a single to end the over, so that's 12 overs gone, 86 for the loss of 4.
John's gonna get hit. I think John's passing. You want me to... Like what? How are you trying to do them? I'm like, keep on.
Welcome back to Church Street Park. And you can see all the crowd. They're pumped up. They're ready to go here. You can see all of them ready. They're crazy. They're feeling it.
Awesome. I see my buddy Anirudh over there from my own team watching the game. Trying to be too cool for school, not waving the camera.
Yeah, sometimes you got to be cool. I see a couple of my buddies over there, my training buddies, and they were not waving the camera either. But it's Siva Kumar back into the attack, bowling to Jonathan Fu.
Oh, great
ball. Look at that one. Again, I think people forget Shiva Kumar. He is someone who is an ex-India under-19 bowler for a very good reason. That one getting some jump off of the surface, some nip back in, and it just beats the outside edge of Jonathan Fu.
And as time goes by, more and more people are funneling into Church Street Park. A lot of guys finishing their games, showing up now, sitting in the shade of whatever tree they can find.
Civic Kumar, this time it's a little bit wider. Fu unable to really connect. He's going to feel like he missed out. Anytime you get width like that with no deep point, feel maybe you can just carve that over or just get that through the gap. It's easy for.
Well, this ground, as you can see, is beautiful, and the reason it's here, we have a great Desi community here. We have a great cricket community here that the town served these people by building this ground. Very democratic project, and it's excellent to see a town serving its demographic like this.
This one chance of a run directed, but I think he was well in. To me, it looked like Liam Plunkett was well in. Again, everyone here at Churchy Park wanted to see Liam Plunkett walk off of run out from one of the youngsters in Rohan Phadke. How perfect that scene would have been. But no, it's not going to happen that way. He had made his ground. He was well in, just kind of casually walking past the stumps as it got hit.
Good play, good play. That'll put something in their minds. You know, that's one of the reasons you throw. Make sure that people think twice a little bit, and then when they think twice, chances happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Rohan Phadke, very athletic fielder, good arm, very accurate with it as well. A lot of youth in this team, a lot of great athletic ability in this team.
Speaking of good arm, I saw Liam Plunkett pick up basically a wiffle ball. Well, it's a blitz ball. That's a good ball. He got beat there. But I saw him pick up a blitz ball kind of for the very first time up at the John Boy Warehouse and hurled the thing 84 miles an hour with pretty much his first throw. And, you know, that opened some eyes. Hit the target right in the middle.
We know he's got a future in minor league cricket. How about a future in minor league baseball? Might be something we have to think about as well. 84 on a dot with a blitz ball. Never easy to first go up. Civic Kumar comes back in. This one is just driven through covers.
Well, the most impressive aspect of that, well, they're going to run too? They are going to run too. Good throw there. Good throw there. The most impressive aspect of that was that he hit the target in the center with the blitz ball. That thing swings all over the place. It swings and curves and hooks and slices. It's a tough ball to control.
Well, he's no stranger to swing bowling. We know he moves it quite a good deed, and again has a great Yorker, very accurate with it. Likes to hit the deck as well, so you know he's got a lot of shoulder in them.
Does a lot of that cross seam with the, you know, try to get a little bit of variable bounce there.
Absolutely. Oh, Civic Kumar just testing the outside edge of Liam Plunkett. Thought he had it. That's going to do it. 13 overs gone, 89 for the loss of 4.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Okay, give me 1 second. Oh shit, 1 second.
And we got, you know, Churchy Park is a multi-use facility. We have a lot of things. We got tennis courts, we got playgrounds, we got this beautiful cart path, and we got a biker. He's training for the triathlons and such going through. Maybe training for some league games, trying to get some conditioning in. As we see Rohan Phadke, the youngster, come into bowl.
You'd love to see it.
And hitting an outside edge right away. And you gotta love the dedication and the hot sun to come out with your bicycle and just run
going
around.
down to the Cedar Fork. Let's time him.
So you want to start a timer now. Text us the time, tweet us the time, and then tweet us when he gets back around. We'll give you. All right, start now, and whoever's out there, just tweet at MILCUSA, and we'll get back to you on that. Phadke comes. This time it's a slower delivery. Well worked by Jonathan Fu. Straight back to call to Aditya Padala for a single. And again, this is something that's really special to see Rohan Phadke, the youngster, bowling to a guy like Liam Plunkett. He's watched a lot of Liam Plunkett. He's talked about Liam Plunkett, probably idolized Liam Plunkett. And now to see him in the flesh, bowl to him in person, it's got to be kind of a dream come true for Rohan Phadke.
Is this the first World Cup winner to play on this ground?
Well, I believe so. I'm not sure there's been anyone else to come on this ground that's a World Cup winner.
Has Alvin Kalacharn played on this ground?
No, I wouldn't say
he's coached on this ground.
He's coached on the ground for sure. I know he's played at Shiloh before, as Rohan Phadke is bowling at the Shiloh end, but not on this ground. I think
we got to get him on the. We got to get him on the ground to play a game. He can outscore me sitting in his chair.
Well, the Philadelphians are hoping they're going to outscore these Raptors right now, and it's just with strokes like these to keep the run rate ticking. and save some of their big hitters, save Jonathan Fu for the back half, or the back end of this first innings as we're here in the 14th over. 91 runs already on the board.
The Philadelphians definitely used to AstroTurf, used to a non-natural surface, and so they might be panicking at this score, but there's no reason to panic really at this point.
This one slower, and it's just well worked. Liam Plunkett able to get it out to the leg side for a quick single. Again, Rohan's been very tight. He's kept everything on stumps, hasn't given him a lot of room, and he's mixed it up with the slower ones, the cutters, and everything.
The cyclist going behind us. What a gentleman going around the sight screen. It's tough to stop a cyclist if he wants to go in front of the sight screen. It's tougher to stop than a pedestrian on foot.
Yeah, I would have to say so. Rohan Phadke straying down the leg side, and that's too easy for Jonathan Fu. Anytime you give him anything loose, he's going to take advantage, and takes advantage of Rohan Phadke getting loose there on the final delivery of his over there. Is going to end it. 14 overs gone, 97 for the loss of 4. Welcome back to Church Street Park here, the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. All the cricket you see on MLC Network would not be possible without our sponsors, the aforementioned ones, and Dafa News, the official sponsor of minor league cricket. Again, without them, none of this is possible, as we see Abhiram Bolasetti, another youngster, into Liam Plunkett. And just work down to the leg side, again angling it back in. Another guy who would have idolized Liam Plunkett. He loves Australian cricketers. That's his favorite country to watch cricket in, Abhiram. But he's also a big fan of these English cricketers as well.
Yeah, I was glad you said that, because I thought you were going to say that Liam Plunkett was an Australian.
No.
I'm just messing with you.
He's a big fan of Pat Cummins, who Liam Plunkett is.
I think,
been close with.
I think cricket's one of those great sports where you can be a big fan of just about everybody who plays. At that level, at the Test level, at the ODI level, it's just fun to watch good cricket.
Absolutely, and Abhiram Bolasetti, he's putting on some good cricket at the moment. This time it's wide. Fu takes advantage, but only to the man at sweeper cover. He's Colin Archibald there just to keep that one to a single. And again, if you get one of these two out now, you get a prize wicket, because you get either Liam Plunkett, who's more accustomed to turf than anybody else on this team, or you get Jonathan Fu, who arguably is the biggest hitter on this team.
And Liam spent a lot of time today in a Toyota Tundra, driving around in that. Really suits him. Big, powerful guy, big, powerful truck. Good match.
Always good to see these big, powerful guys and big, powerful trucks all over the country. And again, there is a Toyota Tundra match of the day, so if you want to check that out on the MLC Network, you can. But stay tuned here at Church Street Park. It's always going to be fun. Abhiram Bolasetti just getting over the top of Liam Plunkett there. Liam was ready to cut that one away. Just a little bit of extra bounce that Abhiram's able to extract off the wicket.
We've seen it bouncy at this end. We've definitely seen it bouncy.
Yeah, the wicket's been a lot better, feels like, for both sides in terms of the bounce, the consistent bounce. Just held up a little bit, so if you're a bat, you can't really trust your arms to go through as a bowler. Some balls that are short just might sit up for a batsman to slap. So for both perspective, the bounce is always good to have. Again, Abhiram would love to get a wicket here, get his first wicket.
Nice shot
in
there.
Minor league cricket, but Liam Plunkett, he's up to the task. Just works it down for one. Again, you haven't seen anything crazy from Plunkett, haven't seen anything crazy from Fu. They're just straight proper cricketing shots, and they've just been keeping the run rate going here.
We talked about yesterday how a strategy that's often employed here is if you win the toss to bat second. Now, this game's a half hour earlier than last night's game.
Yes.
How much do you think that will impact the second innings?
Yeah, you don't get as much of the dew under the lights because it's a half hour early. Also, we saw the Cavaliers a little bit slow through their innings, so it gave you more time with the dew. So it's just an interesting thing. Came down the track, tried to keep it away from Jonathan Fu. It's going to be deemed a wide. Again, the idea was right from Abiram Bolasetti. It was just too far that he pushed it outside.
Jonathan Fu, one of the stars last year, finishing games for the Philadelphians. In my mind, he would definitely a finalist for MVP of the league. Didn't have the, didn't lead the league in runs or anything, but probably led the league in game-winning knocks.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the definition of a match winner last year, just with everything he did. Did it 3-4 times and loved those replays and reels that were put up as he comes down the track again. This time Abiram jams him up for room, but he's able to work it down to the leg side. Plunkett wants to. Fu says no.
And the cyclist stopped by for a Gatorade.
Again, he's putting a lot of training and a lot of effort. It's hot outside. He's got to replenish with the electrolytes and such things. And Abiram Bolasetti going to get to bowl, hit the final delivery of his his third over to Liam Plunkett. The final delivery of the 15 before we head into the last 5.
We don't have enough Gatorade here at the comms box to go around for everybody, so I probably shouldn't have said that.
And this one, Liam Plunkett again, unable to get bat on ball. So that's going to do it. 15 overs gone, 102 for the loss of 4.
1, 2, 3.
So our polite cyclist that was nice enough to go behind the sight screen with his bicycle and came up here and grabbed a Gatorade from us, he was also nice enough to restock our cooler with more Gatorades. So if you're going to take a Gatorade from the comms, you may as well put one back, right?
A take one, leave one policy. That's what's going on in the comm box at the moment. Right now, it is just to take a wicket and leave a man in the middle. That's what the Phillies have done so far. The Philadelphians, they've lost a couple of wickets, but they've left men in the middle, and they've held foot. But now you have to imagine is the time where Jonathan Fu is going to unleash some of those shots, and that's why Colin Archibald has been brought back into the attack. Starts off down the leg side, and that's going to be the end of Jonathan Fu. Really a soft dismissal. It was clearly a wide. He just put his hands out, took the gloves on the way through, and Jonathan Fu, and maybe one of the most soft dismissals that you've seen, a disappointing dismissal, has to walk back.
He's been throwing his bat at everything. The ball could be 4 feet wide, clearly a wide, clearly a free run, and he's wanting to put his bat on it. So that's not a bad idea. Try to keep bowling him wide. Let him go after it. Let him get himself out. Of course, I'm assuming that was on purpose.
Well, I think that's rather kind of you, Nate, to assume that one was on purpose. Again, a rather disappointing dismissal for Jonathan Fu, but the Morrisville Raptors will take it nonetheless to go and get a wicket there. Again, the big hitter as you head into the last 5 overs, always big to break the partnership. It's never easy to get going straight up here at Church Street Park. It takes a little bit of time, so you just create a couple more dot balls in these last 5.
I think you underestimate the genius of Colin Archibald and the genius of Dane Pete as well.
I might indeed be underestimating that, but now it's going to be Shiranshu Bhatia coming in, who bowled some brilliant deliveries in their win against the New England Eagles. Had that wonderful reel on the Instagram. You might be asking, why am I saying all these reels? Where can you see these reels? Head to the Minor League Cricket Instagram at MILCUSA on Instagram, that on Facebook as well. On Twitter, you can go to at MILCricket. You go to that is the handle for the Twitter. You can go check out all the live updates on all the matches going on all over the country. You want to check out those matches live, you go to YouTube and you check out at MLC Network, and all the matches will be on that channel right there. But now it's Shiranshu Bhatia who's in the middle.
That was really good. Because yesterday you said MILC Ricket.
It just, I learned. I learned from my mistakes. I made the mistake of throwing my hands at a delivery that was going well past the leg side, and so now I said I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to make sure I focus and apply myself, and that's what I did. Now the left-hander, he's in the middle facing the left-handed Colin Archibald. Oh, chance straight away. I think that one's down the leg side.
Ooh, wow, great ball.
Went for full and straight. And I think just missing down the leg side. I think Vijay Malala has this one correct.
And if anybody has any questions about the game, wants to ask us a question, they can hit me up on Twitter at CrickFanUSA, a.k.a. CRickFanUSA.
All right, Nate, we get it. You can also send those DMs at MILCUSA. You can also send them to at AP Sports News _ where you can contact me and ask any questions. Against some of the wind blowing, that's why this camera is off the screen, and that one ends up being a quick single out to cover.
If you heard some hollering in the background there, that was Bobber yelling at the camera person.
Yeah, again, it's a tough job being up there. Sometimes the wind will rattle you, something will shake along the ground and just sends the camera everywhere. You just missed a single from Chiranshu Bhatia. And again, we're all trying to check out the stream and see what's happening. We can't even help ourselves here in the commentary box. That's all happening at the moment in the box, on the field. But now it's Liam Plunkett with just a long on and a deep cover and a deep square leg. This one is pushed out wide, is hit 2-point. There was a hand put on it from the point fielder. It's going to allow sweeper cover to get there. No, he just dove over the ball. I felt like he had made a lot of ground up there and just kind of let that one go over the rope. I thought he had that one well more under control and just could have easily put a hand out.
And that's Sanjay Stanley out there trying to chase that one down, and you see him come up grabbing his shoulder. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, you can see him dive with the left hand, landed hard on that right shoulder. That is his dominant shoulder, and they're going to need him in the batting department. They needed him yesterday, so they're going to hope he's okay. I think the bigger worry would be if he comes out of that deep spot inside the circle. That's when you know something's going on with that shoulder.
Right. Well, we
Reset. Yeah. What's going on?
Sorry about that. Had a little bit of technical difficulties, batteries dying on us here and there. Just talking about Sanjay Stanley, how he had a shoulder injury and would hate to see him injured again for another rendition of minor league. Is this one wayward down the leg side? Lahiru with a sharp catch and a dive, and then catches his sunglasses on the way down too. Lahiru just so good with the gloves, is catching everything.
stylish guys on this team with their sunglasses. And at least they're using them. A lot of guys put the sunglasses on their heads, and then you're wondering, what's it for? You do that?
Sometimes I have them on. I'm like, man, I don't like looking through these sunglasses. I'd rather just have it on my head for a while. I'll switch on and off, but if the sun's in the clouds, I'm not going to wear them. That's just kind of what I'm
a minimalist myself. As little accessories as I can have, the better.
Well, here we go. Archibald has to re-roll that wide delivery. And again, it's another wide. He's trying to angle it into the pads of Barte, not giving him some room. But he's just creating too much of that angle. I think you're going to see him probably transition and change the angle. He did that yesterday when he was struggling, when he was getting hit. So maybe something, if he bowls another wide one, you could see him go to that option. He was bowling quite well around the wicket to the left-hander yesterday.
Projected score right now on Crick Clubs is 138. What do you think about that, Amin?
138 is a score that is very much attainable at the moment. Again, a couple big shots, and you could be looking at 150. Oh, there's the Yorker he's looking for. He slowed it down, and Bhatia could only just dig it out.
We talked about Colin starting slow, but he's definitely putting some good balls out there right now.
Absolutely, and that's going to do it. 16 overs gone, 110 for the loss of 5.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Barbite, who's live? Zoom करेंगे ना?
Welcome back to Church Street Park here. As you see, the fans starting to flood in. We saw our cyclist for a little bit on the screen, taking a little bit of a break. Now it's Civic Kumar who took a break. He's back on to Liam Plunkett. Liam Plunkett able to get this one to point.
Ooh.
And just unable to pick it up cleanly, maybe. He thought about the throw, ended up not shooting. I don't think there was any backup, so he didn't want to throw and risk any overthrows. Again, we saw a peculiar call in the last match on overthrows where Dane Pete was really flabbergasted by the whole event, where we saw a member of the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers put his hand out in a diving stop, an effort to stop it. It looked to me as it had maybe bounced and clipped his hand and then gone to the rope. The umpire deemed that as 5 runs off of overthrows. One of the most peculiar calls that you'll ever see on that replay. And then the next over, we saw one of the best shots that I've ever seen. Shamar Springer hit one from his helmet height and took it over long off and hit it well into the forest. And just absolutely sent Umaid Asif down that way,
wow.
bowling a bouncer. So it was just an unbelievable series of events.
I enjoy watching Shamar Springer.
Well, we're enjoying watching Shiva Kumar, and so are the Raptors fans. He's bowled very, very well, and he's shown you why he was a staple of this side last year and why he's back into the team right now in this matchup. Just of his ability to hit that length and get it to nibble off of the seam and just create a little bit of uneven bounce for the batsman.
Excellent output from him today. Only 11 runs allowed so far. He's in his 4th over. That's tremendous.
And jamming Liam Plunkett up for room, and he's always so calm, never really loses any emotions. Kind of the opposite of maybe an Abhiram Bolasetti. He was a little bit more animated and everything. Civic Kumar, very calm, not really going to give you any emotion. Has the same face whether he took a wicket or whether he got hit for 6. It's always the same. He's always looking to bowl the next ball better than he did the previous one.
Pulse probably always somewhere around 60.
Yeah, this is 60 pulse. I admire that kind of 60 pulse. Now he's bowling to Liam Plunkett. Liam Plunkett tries to heave him straight back down the ground. Has he hit it straight enough? No, it's just going to pick out Obis Pinar out in the deep. And just getting the toe end of the bat there.
How much better is it sitting on the hill this year? Last year we sat on basically the west side of the ground, on the square side. And we're sitting right now at the Shiloh end. On the top of the hill, we got a great vantage point.
It's an unbelievable vantage point at the top of the hill. You have the side screen right there, and you get to see everything, and it's been unbelievable this 2022 Toyota Minor League season. As this one is cracked through the offside, I don't think it has enough legs to split the gap. Just Obis Pinar is too quick out there, puts in a good throw. They're going to come back for 2, however. Again, Shiranshu Bhatia just trying to get himself acclimated with the wicket. Hasn't played a lot on turf, if at all. So you're just assuming that he's just trying to see what's in store off of the natural grass and then trying to pick it up after that. So that's how big the wicket of Jonathan Fu was. It creates this little lull in the game.
Absolutely humongous.
This one is straighter. He tries to send it straight back. It just should be taken. Yeah, Aditya Padala diving forward. Makes it look rather easy diving forward. He's a truly athletic fielder. The Philadelphians a little bit in shock. Abhiram Bolasetti loving it. Rohan Phadke loving it. And that is another wicket to fall. And Shiranshu Bhatia has to go. Nate, it's once again the final delivery of the over as well. 17 overs gone. 115 for the loss of 6.
You want me to stay on this batsman or reset? So you used his and not mine because he had the someone on him. तो अगर आउट हो गया ना बंदा तो फिर it's just ridiculous. Like he was not even any shots. Right?
Welcome back to Church Street Park here in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. We were just talking about how good a fielding side the Raptors are, and they're headed by, of course, Dane Pete, Obis Pinar, but the young guns equally as good in the field.
Right, and our friend Supriya reminded us of how Adi took Ricardo Powell's wicket last year with a nice catch. the fielding on this team is very important. Not only is it good, but it's important that it's very good.
Absolutely, because you have this big ground and you have a lot of ground to cover. You need fresh
so many
legs. You need to
young players.
fast.
Yeah.
You need to run around. And again, when you have guys like Rohan Phadke, Abhiram Bolasetti, Aditya Padala, they're all going to be running around on the boundary. Sanjay Stanley, they're boundary riders all day long. Rarely will see them inside the circle after the power play overs. Here it's Kiran Savarnakumar coming in to the new man in the middle, who is Mario Ramprasad.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be at the non-strikers end now after taking that single. And you said, oh, yeah. Tell me why you said, oh, yeah, Nate.
Well, we talked about Mario. He played in the Bay Area for East Bay Blazers. He came over here, and he was picked in the 6th round of the draft. We talked about that. I don't know how he fell that far, but it was a great pick for them because he is a regular player on just about every team in the league. Great coach, too. Great team guy. Wicket keeper. Just, one of my favorite players, My list is kind of long, but he's one of my favorite players.
No, he's a great player, and everyone loves Mario Ramprasad. Didn't play in Game 1. Wasn't given the opportunity, but now he's here at Church Street Park. And for Liam Plunkett, he's just going to say hidden straight. That's where all the fielders are. So he pitches it up, Kiran Savarnakumar, and he's able to just sneak off for say, oh, Leader trying to do something, a little bit fancy work there. You can see a smile as he gets up and a little high five from Aditya Padala, try to get down, flick it, unable to hit the stumps. I think Mario was well in anyway. But again, they've kept Liam Plunkett off balance, which is very impressive because if you allow him to get in the game full flow, we know how much power he has. The cutters, the slower balls, it's really seemed to keep Liam Plunkett, who's been out the game, of course, for 13 months, but still to keep him off balance.
At the same time, he's navigating the innings pretty well. He knows he has to stay around. Mario is going to take those quick singles. He's going to go for it. These two guys actually get along really well. It was fun watching them communicate with each other today. We were doing a little bit of a Toyota Tundra shoot, and they were joking around a bit. It was a lot of fun being around them.
Yeah, again, that's what everyone says. They love these two individuals. Kiran Samar would love to have one of these two individuals as a wicket to back up the 4 he took yesterday. Again, has one already today.
One thing about Kiran, he's really good at hitting like a length. He's really pretty consistent. He's a pretty accurate bowler. We saw how that paid off for him yesterday.
Absolutely, and with his height, he gets a little bit more bounce than you'd expect as the lights cut on here at Church Street Park. It is 7 o'clock on the dot, and that's when the lights are set to cut on. So it's going to be great to have that atmosphere come out. This one is slower, it's fuller. They're going to try to take one, but honestly, if the Morrisville Raptors won't be too mad about them just taking ones every other delivery, because that's not going to lead them to a 150 mark, closer to the 130s, which you felt you could chase. You did chase yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about the ebbs and flows here. We haven't had many big overs yet from the Philadelphians. Really not anything I would call a huge over. I think there was a 14-run over in there at one point, but that ended with a wicket.
Absolutely.
So it's, we've only seen 1-6 so far from this very potent batting lineup.
Yeah.
And that's impressive. This has been very good bowling from Morrisville.
Yeah, and that's the impressive part. I think everyone would say, what's the sharper end of the sword for the Philadelphians? It is the batting. The bowling, yes, you haven't seen what Liam Plunkett can do, and you know how good he is. But it's been the batting that's been the big part for them. Oh, that's a full toss, and that's going to be a 6. Not going to miss out on a full toss. Liam Plunkett, he says thank you very much, and gets his first 6 in minor league cricket. This one courtesy of a full toss from Kiran Savarnakumar.
Ringing the bell of the Northwest light pole. Great shot there. Everybody should be excited about that. The score is a little bit low, 124 now. That's not too bad, really, honest to God.
That 6 really changed how we look at the score now with the aggression coming out.
The runs on the board here. That's important.
Absolutely. How does Kiran back himself up though? Can last ball the over. It's wider and it's just hit straight back down the ground. Should
Great
just
ball.
be kept to 1, and it is. It's a good way to back up being hit for a 6, and that's going to do it. 18 overs gone, 125 for the loss of 6.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
1 second. Let me try this one. I'm going to go back.
Welcome back to Church Street Park, and like we said, the lights, they flicked on, and you'll get to see more and more the atmosphere they bring, both with the crowd and in the middle. Right now, we have Abiram Bolasetti coming into bowl. He's going to be bowling to Liam Plunkett. Liam Plunkett's shown you he's going to go hit, and if you're Abiram Bolasetti, what do you bowl? We know the Yorker's something he likes to hit, missed one. That's what ended up being the difference against Fort Lauderdale. He has the cutters as well, has all the tools in his arsenal. What is he going to bowl to Liam Plunkett here? He went short and is going to be helped around the corner for 4. Just not well enough directed. He directed it towards the head, but it went too far down the leg side. You saw Plunkett come over the off stump, and you had the short fine leg, but Abiram's pace and Liam Plunkett's power is going to go over him all day.
Big gusts of wind coming from Abiram's back right now. So we'll see how that affects things. I mean, obviously that didn't really have any effect on the short ball there. But, you know, let's see if he can land a Yorker now.
Yeah, he was trying to keep it out of the levers of Liam Plunkett. Just went too short, and it was just too far down the leg side. It was easy pickings. How does he respond? This one is wide outside the off stump. He's coming across all the way outside the off stump. That's why it's not dealt a wide, because of the fact that he is moving outside of his off stump. And Abiram this time just keeping it out of the reach of Liam Plunkett. He has a deep third man, so there is a catcher if there is a thick outside edge, or at least saving 2 runs out there if he was to edge that ball. He has a long off, a long on, a backward square leg, and a sweep recover, as well as that deep third man that was aforementioned. So again, I think if you keep it wide around a length, not a lot of scoring options. This time it's going to be wide down the leg side. Abiram, he's struggling here a little bit. You can see Lahidu was saying, back towards the off stump, sir.
Yeah, and now Liam Plunkett is now the high scorer in the game with 29 runs off of 21 balls. 3 4s and a 6, one of 2 6s, both of them off of Kieran. Kieran with that early wicket, very important wicket to end what was the most expensive over of the innings so far.
Yeah,
worth it.
Worth it with the wicket in the end. You could see Obis Pinar just having a word with Abiram Bolasetti. I think he's just saying, look, keep it outside the off stump and keep it wide. He does just that. This time it's cracked down the bat. An explosive sound off of the bat, but it's just 1. And now the danger man is at the non-striker's end. Now you have Marty Rampersad, who can hit the ball as well. Let's make no doubt about it. But Liam Plunkett, I think, is the one that's really causing the most fear in the minds of the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, and not only can he hit the ball, but he can pretty easily get off strike, too.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to keep things turning around. And with the wides in the over, Abiram has already given up. 4, had the 2 wides. No, excuse me, just the 1 wide. One that scrambled down to the leg side was a 4. So he's given up 6 runs already in the over, just bowled 3 deliveries. He's going to want to get out of this over with 3 dots to Mario Rampersad, or a wicket would be a way he wants to finish it. This one straight at off stump. Just worked into the covers for a single. So Liam Plunkett back on strike. How does Abiram continue to attack Liam?
Liam's been very active, moving around the stumps. Talk about bluffs. He's been bluffing himself. A little bit moving across, coming back.
And again, Obis Pinar having a word with Abiram Bolasetti. All the experience that he has, he's just trying to give some of it to the youngster. Saying, here's what you want to do here. Haven't seen him try to bowl a cutter yet. He does have it in his arsenal, has a slower one. But he likes to bowl fast, likes to bowl quick. That is the cutter, and that one is deemed wide. Abiram's trying to say he moved all the way across, but I think that one was just wide enough to be deemed
too wide. Yeah.
But that was the first time we saw the wobble seam was a little bit slower than the rest. And had it been a little bit closer to Liam, I think Liam Plunkett might have just played that one straight to point because he was all the way through it before the ball got there. It might have just helped it. It was just too far away. Wide ball, has got to bowl it again.
Yeah, this is a big over. 133.
This time it's hit straight back. It should just be 1, and it is going to just be 1. Banala makes no mistake. Again, keeping it wide. Abiram Bolasetti. This time it wasn't one of the cutters. Still got 2 balls to bowl, however. Excuse me, just 1 ball to bowl. And he's going to have it to be bowled to Mario Rampersad, the left-hander. Again, Abiram hasn't looked as sharp as we were expecting him to be. He's bowled some good deliveries. Obis having another word with his bowler. Again, be interested to see if he tries. Be interested to see if he tries some of the cutters. Slows this one down. He bowled the 1 to Liam Plunkett. Maybe that's the messaging, and you can see fine leg coming inside the circle for the left-hander.
I think Mario's going to be happy to go for a boundary here.
Try to scoop it over fine leg. And Lahiru Malanta does a good job moving back to his right. He was anticipating the little niggle off of the outside, the inside edge of the bat, I would say, to send it down to the leg side. This time was able to get back across. And that's going to do it. 19 overs gone, 134 for the loss of 6. Welcome back to Church Street Park here, the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Colin Archibald sent in to bowl the final over. He's bowling to Liam Plunkett. The field set, there's a sweeper cover, a long off, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket. This one is going to be pummeled straight, and it's taken the bat from Mario Rampersad. We've seen overthrows hit the bat, gone to the boundary. This one probably stopped the boundary.
It certainly did, yeah. What a lucky break there. Not only does it go for only a single, but he gets Liam Plunkett off strike. Look how frustrated he is right there.
And you can see Mario saying, can you get my bat? And then he was like, no, leave it, with the frustration that Liam Plunkett said. He said, I'm going to throw your bat next time it gets in the way of my boundary stroke. But you're going to get Mario Rampersad on strike. That's the man you want on strike if you're the Morrisville Raptors. Haven't seen a lot from him, just 3 off of 5, while Liam Plunkett is 32 from 24, showing the 1-6 and 3-4s he's hit. So if you're Archibald, you want to ideally bowl the last 5 deliveries to Rampersad.
Yeah, bad luck there for Liam Plunkett. He hit Mario in the biggest part of himself, and that would be his bat.
Yeah, an unfortunate series of events for the Philadelphians. The Raptors, though, they'll be happy with it. 135 on the board, so an opportunity to push towards 150 here for the Philadelphians. Just need a couple boundaries to go through. Comes across the off stump. He's worked it into the gap for 1, and it's going to be Liam Plunkett back on strike to face Colin Archibald. Again, the first delivery, Colin went for a fuller delivery, went for that Yorker, just missed it. We'll see if he continues to go there. Does he go with the wider Yorker, or does he just maybe try to slower one? You know, again, we've only seen the one slower one bowled in these past couple of overs, and that was from Abiram Bolasetti.
If I'm Colin, I'm going to go a little bit wide and full, because we've seen that a couple of times to Liam. He hasn't got a boundary off of one of those yet, I don't believe. He hits it hard, but went to long off fielder. So I think I would stick in that region until he makes me pay for it.
And they do have a sweeper cover. And they do have a deep third man. The only worry would be if he can score it by point, it's going to fly over to the boundary. Let's see where he goes. He goes wide. Liam Plunkett.
Oh, what a shot.
What an intelligent cricketer he is. He understood he's going to go wide. He's heard what Nate was saying in the comm box. He walked all the way across, and he just lifts it over the top of fine leg, and it goes all the way for 4. Intelligent cricket here from Liam Plunkett.
You know, I think the Morrisville fans, as big as they are fans of the Raptors, they'd like to see good cricket too. I think everybody had an appreciation for that shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, he walked across his thumbs. He moved all the way across, as you see, an airplane flying from RDU, which is, Nate, how many minutes?
8 minutes.
There we go. It's 8 minutes official time.
I worked it out. Last year it was 9 minutes, but last year we were
further away.
At least a minute away. We were on the west side of the ground.
There you go, Nate.
So it factored in the walk, the minute-long walk.
That's called brilliance.
So we're both right.
Absolutely.
We're both right.
Liam Plunkett's hoping he can get right here with another boundary. Moving all over the place, tries to hit it straight back down the ground. Evades Mario Rampersad this time.
Mario might have actually helped that time by getting hit. They might have been able to run too if Mario had gotten hit that time instead.
Well, nonetheless, it is a dot ball. Massively needed dot ball here from the Morrisville Raptors. They're going to want to keep him under 150, 140 already on the board. With the last 2 balls remaining, 2 boundaries, takes him to 150. If you can keep him under 140, you'd be in good shape. Again, moves all the way across, straight back, and I think that's going to go a couple bounces over the rope. Rohan Phadke put in a great dive, but it was just struck too well. There was no shot for Rohan Phadke out in the deep. It was firm, 1 bounce over the rope. That's 4 more for the Philadelphians and 4 more for Liam Plunkett.
And with 1 ball to go here, the score is 144. This is a defensible total for certain on this ground.
Absolutely. 132 went down to the very last delivery yesterday, so we know we're in for another exciting matchup here. If Liam Plunkett can get another boundary away, the Philadelphians would feel very, very happy with what they've done. Their first game on turf, a big hitting lineup that didn't really have any of their big hitters fire. Liam Plunkett, last delivery, Colin Archibald. Is it this one? I think it's just going to pick up 1 to Obis Pinar. They think about 2. They're running. Liam Plunkett was running 2. Then just going to go and get 1. Mario says, I want to stay not out. You stay not out. And that's going to do it. And at the end of 20 overs, 145 runs on the board. Nate, tell me what happened throughout this innings.
Well, Morrisville definitely bowled extremely well. They held their spinners for after Milind Kumar got out. And they really didn't bowl a whole lot of spin. They got a lot of effective cricket out of their seamers. Liam Plunkett comes through with 40 runs from 27, 41 runs from 28, ready to go for a second run there. And it was shocking to me to see Mario Rampersad not run. I think Mario might have been a little bit shocked that Liam wanted to run, after taking the start a couple of times for a second run and being denied. So I was a little bit surprised to not see Mario Rampersad run for a try to get a second run, but yeah, I can see, you don't want to get.
He wants to stay not out, and again the scorecard reads a string of low scores. Abdullah Syed, he goes for 6 off of 12. Milind Kumar 9 off of 14. You had Derek Narayan, a couple of big flurries, 25 off of 16. You had Karima Gore, who played well, 21 off of 22, but Jonathan Fu was dropped early, but it didn't matter, didn't score a lot of runs, 13 from 16. Liam Plunkett, of course, the highest score, 41 from 28. Shiranshu Bhatia, 4 off of 7. Mario Rampersad was 4 off of 6. The big of the bowlers of the day would be easily Shivakumar Duvaparapu, 4 overs, 15 runs, and 2 wickets to his name. Aditya Padala also had 3 overs, 21 runs, and 2 wickets. Kiran Savanakumar and Colin Archibald pick up a wicket of their own. So that's going to do it for the first innings at Church Street Park. The Philadelphians, they score 145 in their 20 overs. We'll be right back here at Church Street Park to see if the Raptors can get to 146. Did hit a couple of big shots.
Or actually right up to the playoffs.
Right up to the playoffs. The week before the playoffs, he went and hit. I remember him hitting an uppercut that went away to the boundary for 6. And once again, it's Dane Pete opening the bowling. And for the Philadelphians, they're going to continue with their same opening pair in Abdul Syed and Derek Narayan. Abdullah Syed and Derek Narayan.
Abdullah can really hit the ball. Everyone calls him Tank, and you can see why right there on your screen. He is a big fella.
And off the mark right away, Syed Abdullah. He gets off. Again, he likes to heave things on matches. As this one is cracked through the offside, it's going to race away through covers. I'm not sure. Abdullah said he's quick. Oh, he's done. Oh, no, he spilt it. He did all the hard work. For match 2. Full straight down the leg side, and that should be help for another 4 runs. Not sure it came off the bat. Yes, off for the legs. 4 leg. And this one is just going to be edged down to the leg side, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Again, he's just strangling line. He brings it.
Idea.
This one is slapped hard, but it's straight to Pete, and he's put it down. Usually so sharp in the field, it was struck firmly. Savana Kumar. Oh, it's been heaved over the leg side. There's a mid-wicket, but he's put it over cow corner. That's a brilliant shot. The signal is 4 from the umpire. And Derek
outside of the 30-yard circle.
Well, this time there's no fielder out on that side of the 30-yard circle. Wouldn't matter if anyway. It's going to be a big 6. This fine delivery from the Shiloh end. It's hit up in the air. Archibald is there. He's judging it. He's underneath it. Should take it. And will. A little bit of a juggle in the end, but it made it look sword there. But the twin blades are even more dangerous. And this is why that shot down the ground. It's over. Obispinar, very tall individual. He's not going to... Again, this delivery. Derek Narayan went for the big swing. There's an edge, and he's going to be gone. He went for the big one. Tried to go into out. This one hit away through the offside. I think it's going to beat everybody. Beat point, and it's going to beat sweep recover, and it's going to be 4 runs straight away. Just a little bit too... There are ebbs and flows. Abhiram Bolasetti keeps it outside the off stump, but Karim Agor, he's good enough to do that one over the leg side for 4. Took it from outside the off stump, worked it over the leg.
And I don't think we're going to see much of that as long as...
that one looks close and is given. Again, this one looks good. Yes, it is. This one, there's no doubt about it. Karima. And straight away, run down to third man, past third man, and it's going to be 4 all the way to the boundary. That's the experience that Liam Plunkett brings. Sees that gap. I would have to say so. Rowan Fudke straying down the leg side, and that's too easy for Jonathan Fu. Anytime you give him anything loose, he's going to take advantage, and takes advantage. Has been brought back into the attack. Starts off down the leg side, and that's going to be the end of Jonathan Fu. Really a soft dismissal. It was clearly a wide. He just put his hands out, and a deep square leg. This one is pushed out wide. It's hit 2 point. There was a hand put on it from the point fielder. It's going to allow sweep recover to get there. No, he just dove over the ball.
Absolutely humongous.
This one is straighter. He tries to send it straight back. It just should be taken. Yeah, Aditya Padala diving forward makes it look rather easy. The batting, that's been the big part for them. Oh, that's a full toss, and that's going to be a 6. Not going to miss out on a full toss. Liam Plunkett, he says thank you very much to Liam Plunkett here. He went short and is going to be helped around the corner for 4. Just not well enough directed. He directed it towards. Let's see where he goes. He goes wide. Liam Plunkett.
What a shot.
What an intelligent cricketer he is. He understood he's going to go wide. He's heard what Nate was saying and in good shape. Again, moves all the way across, straight back, and I think that's going to go a couple bounces over the rope. Rowan Fudke put in a great dive, but it was just too struck.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
there.
Sure. That's what everybody's doing anyway, so.
Do you travel around with this? Or?
No, we're local, but we do travel. Like sometimes people call us to stream, but we're local here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I work for ABC, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was just curious whether you guys were local or if you hired out.
Yeah, we started our own company, so we did last year, and we did a good job, I guess. So, some of the cricket streaming television like channels saw us, and they said we did a good job.
Nice.
So,
That's awesome.
Yeah. But I think the playoffs and finals, there's a big truck actually. The real production guys, they come, they'll do it. You'll see there'll be like 20 cameras in this ground. Yeah. Here.
Oh, is it really? For the league this year? Oh, wow.
Last year was here too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is one of the best grounds in the country. So, yeah, the finals, playoffs are all here.
Did they bring in extra bleachers or something?
No, people just sit all the way around with chairs and grass. Well, I think next year, this is minor league, so they're trying to build up to major league.
Yeah.
Next year they'll have major league, and they finally got approval to have like stands, and they'll be like.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to come, so.
Yeah, we can help.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever get them to cheer for
I know, I've been trying to tell, because they just turned on the audio, so whenever you guys do it, I'm like, all right, everybody do something. But nobody does it. I'm like, come on. Are you guys local too, or?
Yeah. We live down in Holly Springs.
Oh, okay. Is it the first time you guys watching cricket?
No, I've watched it for years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the first time I watched this team play, we usually go watch a good friend of mine plays on a team down in Holly Springs.
Yeah, that's where I play too in the league.
Oh, really? Do you play against the Anzacs?
No, but the name of my team is the Raiders.
Raiders, okay. Do you guys play down in Fuquay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we play Fuquay. We had one game here.
Yeah, the Anzacs had theirs here a couple of weeks ago. And it went
Welcome back to Church Street Park, here, the site of the 2022 Toyota Minor League
All right, well, I'll watch for you.
cricket season.
Yeah, definitely come.
Presented by Sunoco. Would not be possible without the aforementioned sponsors, as well as the official sponsor, Dafa News. We are here set for the Morrisville Raptors to open the batting. Look who's opening the bowling. Liam Plunkett extracting swing in the air back into the left-handed Lahiru Malanta. Lahiru sent out with Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy. The change in the opening. But it's Liam Plunkett who is going to open the bowling, and that is exciting times. I know everyone in the crowd is very eager and excited to see this international world-class bowler who's taken wickets in the World Cup and been a part of a World Cup winning side bowl here in minor league cricket.
Not just a part of a World Cup side, one of the key contributors.
Absolutely, one of the deciding factors in their win. The swing there is just over-pitched, and Lahiru Malanta is not going to miss out. Doesn't matter what kind of bowler you are, he's going to send that one for 4 all day long.
Very good. He's going to feel good about that one. So Liam, having not played for 13 months, having batted in the middle for as long as he did, I mean, he stays fit. I know he works out all the time.
There's a rhythm that you need to be in as a pace bowler.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you haven't been playing, even for a couple of weeks, you kind of fall out of that rhythm.
True.
Having not playing real match cricket in 13 months, it's definitely an adjustment.
Oh,
look at that
nice
delivery.
swing.
Right on the button, straight away.
Quick. That was pretty quick.
And again, we haven't seen this kind of swing. We saw Najaf Shah move it in the air, but that kind of move we haven't seen, and it was quick. Lahiru up to the task, though, to deal with that one.
You can measure that swing in miles, too.
Absolutely,
Instead of kilometers.
He's rivaling Kulvinder Singh, and who's swinging it more?
With more pace. He's definitely got more pace.
This is definitely exciting stuff to see again live and in person at Church Street Park. This time goes shorter. Lahiru chips it. He can only pick out. He picks out Syed Abdullah out there, and Lahiru has to walk. Liam Plunkett, he gets his first wicket in minor league with a little flick and a little kiss out into the crowd. Lahiru Malanta has to go after just hitting one boundary. 4 for the loss of, 4 off of 4, and that's 4 for the loss of 1.
That's a really big wicket, as well as Lahiru played yesterday up until a couple of rash shots against Damian Jacobs. But the plan yesterday was to go after the spinners. You know, they have, the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers have some pretty potent fast bowlers. But my goodness, Are there any more potent than Liam Plunkett right now?
Maybe not, and again, an absolutely wonderful over so far. We've seen the swing, we've seen the pace, and we've seen the bounce. That one climbed on Malanta more than he thought as he came down the track to play that shot as well. And now they're going to send out a new bat into the middle. It's going to be Sanjay Stanley they sent in the one-down spot. He's been promoted due to yesterday's innings, ready to anchor this innings away. Again, facing Liam Plunkett, never going to be easy. Again, kind of shades of Cornet Dry when he came to Church Street Park. He was bowling under the lights as well as the sun's going down. And again, this Liam Plunkett, a little bit more pace, a little bit more swing, but both tall, both quick, and both are very hard to play.
Yeah, definitely enough pace where you can't just focus on any length. You have to be ready for everything.
Absolutely, it's going to be an interesting battle here from Sanjay Stanley. Fought so well yesterday to stay in the game. If you're Liam Plunkett, you can get a second wicket here in the first over, go well on top, and feel eerily similar to the way Najib Shah started the proceedings yesterday, taking Rohan Fadke very, very quickly and picking up another wicket shortly after that as well. We talk about this game heating up in intrigue, but there's games all across the country. One went to a super over where the Seattle Thunderbolts, they beat the Lone Star Athletics, and some more games going across that Nate will tell you about. But this one, look at the swing straight away, squaring up Sanjay Stanley's bat was nowhere even near it, was expecting it to come onto the body on middle and leg, and it swung well outside off.
Yeah, what a ball. So that's a tough one to face for your first ball in the innings. But yeah, we'll talk about a little bit about the New Jersey Stallions, how they defeated the Atlanta Fire, and that game has implications to both of these teams with New Jersey in the East. We think the Philadelphians are going to go far in the East, and obviously the New Jersey Stallions went far last year and are capable this year. And of course, the Fire dominate the South.
Well, Liam Plunkett's been a dominating over, and it continues that way. Went for the outswinging Yorker, moved all the way outside of Sanjay Stanley's legs, back on the middle stump. Well watched from Sanjay Stanley. That's going to do it. 1 over gone, 4 for the loss of 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back to Church Street Park here, and the other opener is going to be Janois Drysdale at the other end, and he's charging into Vinod Chandaswamy, who saw the last over proceed. This one leading edge up in the air, should be taken. Oh, and he's put it down. The simplest of catches there. He was running. Oh my goodness, he was moving a little bit, never really got set, but he's never looked like he never got his hands truly to the ball, Derek Narayan.
Ooh, that's a tough one there. I think maybe you heard the footsteps of Tank in his peripheral.
Maybe he heard the Tank rolling by, but still, it's an easy chance. It's a leading edge at short cover. There's never going to be an easier catch at short cover than that one there, and he just puts it down. Vinod given a life. Again, he's been promoted to the opening. You know he can hit big. Drysdale creating problems early. Look at the movement from Drysdale.
One of those draft picks that we raved about for the Philadelphians, Drysdale. Very solid bowler, very consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I thought last week was kind of wide, a little bit short on occasion. Today he's pitching it up, letting the ball swing. We saw good movement last week against the New England Eagles. This time he's starting much closer, much straighter to the body of the batsman. And that's why he's brought in that first slip, more of a second slip, really. And that one angled in, just nip away. And what a start for the Philadelphian pace bowlers. We talked about the bowling might be the duller side of the sword, but you add Liam Plunkett, you add Drysdale, and it's a whole different equation.
Up front, they look all right to me. Drysdale with wide shoulders, long arms. He's got good length, they would say in the NBA. Can defend multiple positions.
Yeah, kind of like Giannis Antetokounmpo, just all over the field, all over the court. And Drysdale at the moment, he's all over Vinod Chandaswamy. And that delivery, some extra bounce on offer. He was ready to sit there and cut it. with the bounce a little bit more. And again, it's the height he brings it from, the shoulder that he puts into it. Again, making things tough here for the Raptors batters.
A lot of chatter here from the Philadelphians. This is something you'll definitely see in the East more than you'll see in the South, is the chatter amongst the teammates. You know, a little bit of intimidation attempts there, you know, trying to talk it up, get each other amped up for the game. These bowlers are used to kind of getting beat around on the AstroTurf in the East, so they're gonna really, you know, soak this opportunity up on turf.
Yeah, absolutely. This one again short, and again unable to cut it. He just kind of flat batted it through his hands and to try to roll his wrist over early. Again, just extracting some extra bounce. You can see very whippy at the end, almost if you were to take Belinga's action, put him a little bit more vertical, you get it dry as those spot, just the way he anchors it off of his hips. And look at this, we got shirts and hats flying around. I think it's hats for the Morrisville Raptors. They're throwing them out, giving them out to anybody here at the ground. So if you're not at the ground and you're in Morrisville, North Carolina, make sure you come out. You could get yourself a nice little hat.
I think they should stop by the comms booth, honestly, with the merch.
Look at that swing. Vinod Tandaswamy saying, how do I stop that delivery? It swung all the way across him. And again, I agree with you, should bring some merch by. But right now, it's all Philadelphians. 2 overs gone, 4 with the loss of 1, and that was a maiden.
Mark.
Back here at Church Street Park in Liam Plunkett, he's attacking the outside edge of Sanjay Stanley. And again, Liam Plunkett, he's showing off the swing that he has and the length. That was a perfect length, and it just beats the outside edge. Again, you can see some tense stuff here from Raptors fans, from the Raptors dugout. They're seeing the class on full display from Liam Plunkett.
Tricky spot here for the Raptors batters. You're going to want to change strike. You're not going to want to give Liam Plunkett too many looks at you consecutively.
Absolutely, especially with the last over being a maiden. Need to find a way to get runs. And left alone from Sanjay Stanley. Again, he is someone who is very technical. He watches the ball very, very late, likes to play under his eyes, so maybe that's why you sent him up in this position to deal with some of the swing. But you can't just sit here. It's a T20 game. You can't soak up dot balls. The last 8 deliveries have been dot balls, and in fact, if you were to go back to the first over, the last 2 of that were dot balls. So make that 10 dot balls. The wicket, make it 11, and we are only in the 3rd over. You played 11 dot balls. You're really in trouble.
Yeah, you're in trouble. And also, we have a situation with Dane Pete not coming back into the field. Yesterday, he was the hero with the bat for the Raptors.
Sanjay Stanley unable to get bat on that one. It's just too good. It's so much class. Squared him up. Liam having a word with Sanjay. And we can only imagine what that word is. But again, that is dot ball number 14 of the match. And again, in a game where we only have 120 deliveries to work with, 14 dots is just too many.
Yeah, far too many. 14 dots out of 15 balls.
Yeah, the only runs you think of are the full toss. That was a 4. Everything else, you haven't had a single run off of it. It's just been far too good. Again, you can see bags being thrown out to the crowd now. Everyone getting their fair share of Raptors merch. And there's going to be a wide as Sanjay Stanley went to go chase him down. Liam Plunkett kind of shocked that Sanjay Stanley came down the track. Since you haven't touched one ball yet and your decision is to come down. But it is going to be another run. We talk about extras, and the Raptors at this point will say, yes, thank you. We finally got a 5th run on the board.
Yeah, we saw a second ago, Mark handing out bags with this wonderful logo on it. He's basically Santa Claus here in this town. He's fantastic.
Here we go. Plunkett back into Sanjay Stanley. This one wide. Stanley gets bat on it, and he's going to get it through covers, and it's going to be 4. He's offered some width up to Sanjay Stanley. It was back of a length. It's too easy for Sanjay. And again, he's having some words with Liam Plunkett as well, sharing a conversation. Sanjay Stanley showing Liam Plunkett what he can do.
I wish I could hear what's being said over there.
Don't we all? But again, the Raptors will be happy. That's 5 runs off that last delivery, 4 plus that wide. Again, that's double the score that we've had in the first 2 overs and change.
You know, we're at this wonderful vantage point from the Shiloh end, and usually I like to just watch the action live, but when Liam's bowling, I like to watch from the camera.
This one, Sanjay Stanley getting some bat onto the swing. There's not as much swing on that delivery. He's able to work it away for a single, so runs on offer. Again, more conversing between the two, Plunkett and Stanley. Again, I think it's more Plunkett talking to Sanjay Stanley. I'm not sure if he's kind of trash talking, trying to get in his head, but more talking about, you know, he's seeing a U.S. cricketer for the first time, playing him against Sanjay, homegrown talent. Played in the U.S. Under-19 team, was a vice captain.
You might be saying that was a great catch you took yesterday. Big.
I saw the reel. It was a great reel. If you want to check out that reel, go to the Instagram at MILCUSA. You can check out all the reels that are put out.
Did you put that one together, or did Emily?
No, that was Emily Reynolds.
She's excellent.
She's an excellent head of the media department. And that one swinging back in, it was back with length, and Vinod more than happy to let it go. That's 3 overs gone, 10 runs for the loss of 1.
1, 2, 3.
He can help me bowl too.
Welcome back to Church Street Park as Shanoy Drysdale comes back into the attack. This time to Sanjay Stanley. Sanjay plays it through covers where he likes it. They would get one off a deflection from the man at short cover, Derek Narayan.
Derek Narayan's having a rough day in the field.
First misses his hands, this time only gets his knees, so his hands not being involved in his fielding so far.
Another game that's affecting both of these teams, the Empire State Titans beat the Fort Lauderdale Lions by 37 runs, and that's good news for the Raptors.
Absolutely, coming off the loss to the Fort Lauderdale Lions last week. They're going to want to get a couple of wins in and get over the Lions. But deliveries like that make it tough. Fielding like that makes it tough. But bat on ball finally for Drysdale. We saw an over where no one could touch him, and he bowled a maiden. They got a single off the first one. Vinod Sandaswamy, we know how good he can be, showed real aggression. He's gritted out innings for the Padamveers last year in the local league here. But can he find a way to get things going right now against Shanoy Drysdale?
Yeah, you can look at this like the Raptors are throwing the power play away. You can look at it that way, but you can also look at it like it's a good thing. They're getting dominated, and they've only lost 1 wicket so far.
And that one, extra bounce, stayed straight with the arm, didn't move out, and too good for Vinod Kumar Chandaswamy. And again, when we look at this bowling lineup, the heat of it really comes in during the beginning. We talk about Shanoy Drysdale, we talk about Liam Plunkett, and then you look in the middle overs is when you can really take advantage. I think the bowler that would concern me would be Charan Shabbatio, who took wickets, and even then he just is more of he's going to leave it on stumps, so he can hit me down the ground. That is something that could be to the favor of the Raptors. Oh, that's full, that's straight. I think it's down leg, though. I think the impact might have been outside leg as well. Oh, almost a run out, and it's going to lead to overthrows. It's all happening at Church Street Park. That's 5 off of overthrows. There's no controversy about that 5 off of overthrows. And that one is going to be good luck and good graces to the Morrisville Raptors. Still pressure on them, but freebies.
And you see the youngster, Emmanuel, in the area where the ball ran away. I think they might be telling him, hey, back that up a little better next time.
Yeah, again, you got to make sure you back things up. Don't want to give up anything, and you want to be aggressive as a fielding unit. Take those chances when you have them, and especially when you're on top of the game. You don't want to let them just ease into things.
And we saw that yesterday. We saw at one point New Jersey was ahead, and they just bowled too many extras.
Absolutely. This time is going to be worked through third man. There is a deep third man, so it's going to be one. And again, runs starting to flow. The first run for Vinod after his 11th delivery. Slow start, but hopefully for the Raptors, that means he can get things going. We saw as soon as Sanjay Stanley got bat on ball, he started to connect more and more often and score more and more. Okay, final delivery of what we presume is going to be Janoy Drysdale. Last over for now, probably come back later, or they might just continue with the swing and let the ball do its thing until these batsmen kind of take a liking.
Yeah, I think I would just go with what's working.
Wouldn't be a bad option. Here we go, Janoy Drysdale into Sanjay Stanley. Oh, and just evaded the outside edge and the off stump of Sanjay Stanley. It just held straight with the line, and that's going to do it. 4 overs gone, 16 for the loss of 1.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Welcome back to Church Street Park, side of the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco. None of this would be possible without the aforementioned sponsors, as well as the official sponsor, DAFA News. We're going to see our first bowling change of the second innings. It looks like it's going to be Karima Gore, the left-arm orthodox bowler, Nate's favorite player, arguably, on the field, coming in to bowl.
Well, non-Raptors.
Non-Raptors.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so KG, I'm happy to see him here on turf. He bowling in the East. He's a little bit of a disadvantage bowling in the East as a left-arm orthodox bowler in this country with such a depth at that position. It doesn't really get a fair look at his his numbers don't look good. But we'll see how he does here. He's a very good bowler. He's incredibly athletic. And I think this is a good move for Philadelphians. You got two right-handed batters in there. Let's save Milind Kumar for a lefty, I think.
Yeah, and when I look at Karima Gore, I look at the tape that is on offer for him. You look at he's a little bit flat and quick through the air. Will he slow things up now that he's on turf and not on Astro? No, he's flat and quick again. It's going to be an inside edge. It was wide enough where the stumps weren't going to be impacted. But this is what I'm talking about from Karima Gore. I would like to see him just give some ball some air, let the natural turf do its thing. This is more of a delivery that you want to see on an Astro turf wicket or a cement wicket rather than a natural turf wicket. And again, flat, angling into the pads. He's getting some solid rip through, and that's why I'm saying if he was willing to give it some air, I think it'd rip quick off of the surface and create a lot more issues for batsmen.
He's getting revs on it. You can see the seam position. He's getting tight revs. Look at that.
And he's keeping it tight on stumps. Again, I just want to see a little bit more air. I don't mind slipping in and being quick at times. But he's not letting any of the pressure go, and maybe that's the ploy here too. You don't want to give up any pressure, you want to keep it tight and not allow Sanjay Stanley to do much. Sanjay goes on the back foot. He wanted the single, but Vinod had shut down very, very quickly.
Just see Smit Patel at the ground walking around with a cast on his right arm. I think he injured himself in an auto accident, but I got to spend some time with him in New York. New Jersey, good guy, really good guy.
This time it was the arm ball that comes in, and they do sneak across for a single. Again, he's been tight here, has Karima Gore. Again, he's usually angling it into the legs more and more often. That's where he likes to operate. So if you are the Raptors and you can get it around the corner to find leg, might be a scoring option. Vinod went for the big slog over the leg side. It's just missed the off stump. Karima Gore hands on heads, not sure how That one missed, but that's going to do it. 5 overs gone, 18 for the loss of 1. Welcome back to Church Street Park here. We're going to get to see some youth on action. The under 21 Yash Gangura, he's coming in to bowl. Some right arm medium pace. Nate gave me an interesting fact about him. I thought it was very relevant to the game. Can you tell me that interesting fact for the people?
He's a vegetarian. I was talking to him earlier about food in the area and pointed out a good place to get brisket. But he's a vegetarian, so
you can't do brisket if you are a vegetarian unless they do fake brisket. Rolls his fingers over that delivery. Vinod was halfway down the crease so quickly. He was already running. The man cave probably was on had you been looking. But they already just go by for a single, and that seems to be the ploy from the Raptors. They got to find a way to get singles, quite like what the Philadelphians did in their innings. Not many big shots, but just a lot of singles and a lot of 6-run overs.
Yeah, a lot of these young guys come from New Jersey, from the academies up there, including Yash here. Crick Max, I believe.
Yeah, Crick Max have produced a lot of great cricketers. A lot of people go on to play for the U.S. team. Think of Yasir Muhammad, the leg spinner. He was from Crick Max, started a career as a medium pacer over at Crick Max. This one down the leg side, Vinod is going to be disappointed. He couldn't put it away for 4. It is a wide, and it is going to have to be rebowled.
And we've got Anirudh Emmanuel from the Dream Cricket Academy up there.
They produce some great cricketers as well, so a lot of cricketers coming from everywhere, all over the country. TCL producing from Rumble, said he will getting company, so we have a lot of great cricketers. Dallas, the youth program there, producing guys like Ali Sheikh, B, another pace bowler, 19 pace bowler. This one angled on stumps, worked through the offside, and there you go. A confident shot from Vinod, and it's going to give him some confidence there as they're able to pick up and scamper back for 2.
Great job by Millie Kumar running there to go get the ball and throw it back. Good tandem play.
Yeah, the relays here are a lot easier at Church Street and maybe a little bit more necessary because of the effort you go and give into sliding or having to chase the ball because it keeps running. Now you can just kind of whip it back and let the person who is able to stop, let him go out there and throw that ball around.
Definitely. You do have to run. You have to sprint all out to get to the ball here, and by the time you've done that and caught the ball down, it's another run goes by before you turn around and throw it back in.
Yash comes back in for another ball. This one, Vinod takes it through the leg side. It's going to be a couple of bounces. Will it have enough legs? No, it won't. But it's going to be good enough to be 2. No, a little sloppy. Makes it an easy 2 in the end. But again, now you can see Vinod's trying to open up a little bit and just trying to get a little bit more runs on the board, be a little bit more positive through all the shots.
Yeah, and then you see Liam throwing it to Mario right there. Just letting everybody know that, hey, we're going to throw the ball around. We're ready to take advantage of you taking a nap.
And that's what the experience of Liam Plunkett brings. He wants everybody to come in here and, be energized all the time and always be alert and aware in match situations. This one down the leg side again, worked and helped around the corner. That one should go away for 4, and it will. Vinod, again, some more confident-looking strokes, and that one indeed going to fill him with confidence to get that 4 away and through down to the leg side.
Seeing a little bit more of Vinod that we saw down in Florida a couple weeks back. Or was it last? It was last week.
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't even had a couple of weeks back.
It feels like there was a week between yesterday's game and today, but no, it's just the one day, Nate.
Yeah, this is a frantic pace, this league. There are 10 weeks, and there's a lot going on.
A lot of games, again, plenty of games here at Church Street Park over the weekend. Plenty of games going on all across the United States. This one is fuller, slower, and they're going to take a quick single. Throw comes in. Oh, directs it. It was the bat down. And the umpire says no. He says he was in his crease. Again, quick work from both sides. It was Anirudh Emanuel who made the throw. You can't misrecognize him because he's got the big afro on. But he made a great throw on his knees, might I add.
Very good throw. I've seen him make some good fielding plays over the last couple of months. That one was definitely one of them.
Yeah, Yash thought the batsman was gone. I think every fielder, when they see a direct hit, automatically the assumption is that the runner has to be run out because it's a direct hit. Sometimes there's a quick between the wickets, and Vinod was quick to get off the blocks.
Anirudh was one of the substitute fielders down at the Houston Challenge, and he fielded very well, I thought.
This one, Sanjay just helps around for a quick single, so that's going to do it. 6 overs gone, 30 for the loss of 1. Welcome back to Church Street Park. Sanjay Stanley facing Kareem Agor, and again pressure from the Philadelphians. And had to look at that replay, and at first sight I didn't think Vinod had the bat grounded, and we had a couple people saying he didn't either. Again, always close, always tough to tell with the naked eye. Was that a missed call?
Well, umpiring is one of the hardest things to do.
Right
it's
now,
tough to hold it against somebody.
Absolutely. Right now seems like one of the hardest things to do is score against these Philadelphians, especially the way the first 2 overs went. Talk about 4 runs in the first 2 overs. But they've done it's been a good comeback. Again, they've gone back to just a run of ball, just under a run of ball now with 31 from 6.2. This one's cut away, and Sanjay with a clear call, no. Didn't want another quick single. And Vinod saying that's one. And I think Sanjay saying, yeah, he was on his knees. And you see all the fans are starting to pour in a little bit more as the lights start to come on, the sun starts to go down.
You saw the hill there, the best place to sit on the hill. We were positioned on the hill as well.
Absolutely best place.
I love sitting here because we're around a lot of the fans, and it feels like we're sitting here watching the game together.
Absolutely, it just feels like there's 2 guys, and we got drinks, we got food, we got everything we need, and you got laptops in front of us talking into these mics, so that's the only difference.
By drinks, let me clarify. You mean water?
I mean water. I am under 21, so let's not get anything twisted here, guys.
Nobody get any ideas.
This one is always worked through, just to points. And Gamal very sharp, not going to let anything go. And again, very tight work here. And new cricket fans, old cricket fans, everyone who loves cricket and just wants to see cricket grow in the USA, they're out and about to support here in Morrisville. This time they are willing to take that quick single. Liam Plunkett fires it in to Mario Ramprasad, and again you can see the energy from these Philadelphians. That's going to do it. 7 overs gone, 33 for the loss of 1.
Excuse me.
Welcome back to Church Street Park here. We're getting another bowling change. Milind Kumar, he's not going to wait for a left-hander to come on. He's going to say, I'm going to bowl to the right-handers. And he's going to start off with Sanjay Stanley.
Yeah, he's probably itching to bowl. Millen's great. He just seems to love cricket. I've talked to him a couple of times. He's just fully immersed in cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. As a bowler, he does get some drift, so surprised to see him on a later. You see a dip on the ball as they take another quick single. Had that one hit, I think Sanjay would have been gone. They're going to get one off of overthrows. This throw going to the keeper's end. Sanjay had to hurry. And again, this is sharp work from the man in the outfield, understanding the situation. But again, a little bit sloppy work from the infield. No backup, or the backup was well too far back to keep it to just one.
Right. Yeah, you could see Millen giving a shout out to his teammate over there. Well, not the nice kind of shout out, but sometimes you need to remind people.
Well, the wind saying, don't forget about me. I'm still a factor here. It says it swirls around at Church Street Park. Sanjay Stanley again facing, again working it. This time through the leg side. They're going to push at 2. They should get 2, and it is going to be 2.
Nope,
no, just one. Vinod sends him back. His quick work out there. And again, I think if the Raptors maybe run that first one a little bit quicker. They're both quick between the wickets. I thought it could have been 2 all the way, but it was hit more in the direction of that cow corner fielder than I had realized.
Yeah, you love to see all the kids gathered around here. Got a lot of TCL youth kids and their friends. It's one of my favorite things. And we got a little single there out the Genoy. And they're happy to just take that single.
And you can hear all the kids, they're screaming. They're enjoying their time here, and they love to just sit around Church Street Park. Again, I remember when back in 2018 when I was just 16 years old, and it was a fantastic time. I think I was 16, so maybe 17 going, but it was fantastic being at the qualifiers, sitting all around Church Street Park on the hill, on the little blocks over there, and then walking around the ground. This one's worked into the leg side. Just going to settle for 1. Again, going to be content with these 6-run overs, just like the Philadelphians were. Don't want to force the issue. Boundaries will come later if you just keep yourselves in. You can bat on this wicket. Just got to keep yourselves in.
No question. And, you mentioned hanging out at this ground. This ground is more than just a cricket ground. Everybody likes to spend time here. Oh, right up in the air there.
It's a big shot. Anirudh is coming in. He had a late start, but he's underneath it, and he makes no mistake. Milind Kumar comes in, and he gets the wicket right away. The big afro of Anirudh Emanuel. He's going to make no mistake about it. And he takes the catch quite easily. I thought he was laid off the blocks, but he judged it quite well. The first wicket goes, and Vinod Kumar, he has to depart.
Little late start, like you said, to the ball, but he was judging it. You don't want to let it get over your head if you can help it. You don't want to run in and have to go back. So take your time. If you're confident you can run in. He got to it in plenty of time to get his knees nice and bent to cushion the ball. That was a very good catch.
Absolutely, and that brings out Obis Pinar to the middle. And again, this is someone who you'd want out in the middle for the Morrisville Raptors. Vinod just kind of looked like he never got in flow, was 13 off of 21 before being dismissed. And we talk about Obis Pinar, we know he's one of the best bats in all the country. Dame Pete had the big prediction that he's going to be the MVP of the league, just based off the way he bats. And again, we see why. We know all the talent that he has. Played a decent knock yesterday before being dismissed with a sock sweep from Damian Jacobs. Now his job is to just knock it around alongside Sanjay Stanley.
Yeah, he's going to be very aware of the quality of these bowlers that he's going to have to deal with. And yeah, you did say Vinod was having trouble getting going, but he only was 1 for his first 10 balls. Yeah. And he ended 13 for 21, so he was starting to come alive.
Yeah, the last 10 were definitely felt more in flow. I never really see him middle a lot of them. I thought he went for like big expansive drives, got some inside edges and things like that. But he was starting to find a groove, and just I think for a guy like him, he wants to be positive. Just had one too many dots. This one down the leg side, a weird ricochet off of Mario Ramprasad's gloves. You saw Sanjay Stanley trying to work it over to the corner. It's going to be dealt a wide ball. So he's going to have to bowl it again, Milind Kumar. But again, you can see the natural dip and drift that he gets. Again, down the leg side. Again, another wide ball. And
good stop by Mario. I hope he's all right there.
He seems to have hurt his leg there. Again, I think he might have got stuck in the ground.
Yeah, that does happen here. Yeah.
He had to move well across to his left. It looked like he had an awkward fall, had to twist over that leg. We're going to hope he's okay, but he's on the ground grimacing in pain. The team's around him. They're bringing out water. They might need to go get someone else to get padded up, because I don't think Mario Ramprasad is going to be okay for at least another over or so.
That does not look like it. It doesn't look like it to me. That's quite a shame. He made a good effort to stop that ball. He's a very good wicket keeper. Good leader. He would be definitely missed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, he's still on the ground. He's still grimacing in pain. And I think it's just, again, that he's pointing to, I believe that was his I think it's his left foot, rather. And when he was going across the stumps to collect the ball, I think that left foot got caught on the ground as he was turning over. I think he just got stuck. You saw him holding out his thigh, and that's never a good sign. And he's on the ground, so we're hoping he's okay. And for the Philadelphians, they're going to hope that he can get up. If not, you're going to have to see another keeper in. They can use the 12th man as a wicket keeper. The 12th man that was determined was Abdul Jabbar, who is a bowler, so I'm not sure who they would go give the gloves to.
Yeah, that's a good question. We will definitely see here. Without, once again, was that in the last ball of the over again? Or was it? Oh no, because it was a wide. So
it couldn't have been the last ball of the over. So
no, couldn't have been the last ball of the over. But we keep seeing a lot of good action on that last ball of the over. Yeah, we've seen a maiden over today, which is about as rare as it gets in T20 cricket.
Absolutely, seeing that maiden over was great, and again, as we just continue to hope Milind Kumar is okay. You're just seeing all the Philly players. You can see him stretching out that thigh, and again, the question is, I don't really see anyone going and padding up for the Philadelphians, so maybe that's a sign that they believe Ramprasad just needs to get some water in him and he'll be just fine. But again, just the way he went down, it
looked like more than a cramp.
Yeah, the agony that he had felt like he's just not gonna be able to go today. Maybe hopefully tomorrow.
But cramps do. They can make you make that face.
But it just felt everything. It felt, it would have been a huge coincidence had he just turned over and then the cramp happened there. But he looks a little bit better now. He's putting the pads back on. It's always a good sign. He took the pads off of that left leg. He put the pad back on it. And you see you get a big clap from Liam Plunkett, big high five.
That's Syed Abdullah there, I believe, that gave him that high five.
It is Syed Abdullah. He's saying...
Tough to tell. They both have guns. They both have big arms, pythons, they say, in wrestling.
Well, here we go. He's back up on his feet. Looks to be favoring it just a little bit. He's got one ball left in the over to keep, and again, he's going to have 12 overs after this, and we'll be able to see pretty quickly whether that foot is clearly okay or if there is something lingering, because this is how active he is behind the stumps.
I think it was just the cramp. It's just hopefully it's just a cramp. He's limping a little bit.
Again, he's so quick behind the stumps. He's so good moving laterally. You just hope this doesn't affect that performance from him. Again, especially with all these bowlers who are quick, where the ball swings or they're coming down the leg side, you're going to have to move very, very quickly. We saw Pranav Rao do a great job in the first match. Does this hinder Mario Ramprasad? This one is cut from Sanjay Stanley, but just to the fielder, and that's going to do it for the 8th over, 40 for the loss of 2.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
City.
Welcome back here to Church Street Park. Morrisville Raptors, they're 40 for the loss of 2. And Liam Plunkett, he's back in, bowling to Obis Pinar. I think Liam Plunkett knows this is the prize wicket. And Obis, he's up to the challenge, at least to start us off. Quick stuff, quick work out there. Liam Plunkett sharing an expression with Obis Pinar as he's walking by him.
A lot of shouting from the Philadelphians there. Maybe trying to confuse the runners a little bit. I don't think they're doing that, but they definitely support each other vocally. Typical East Division team, talking a lot on the field.
Here we go. That's Sanjay Stanley. He was giving Sanjay all kind of fits early with the swing. But Sanjay, he's put this one up in the air. Is it going to clear? Yeah, Will. He got just enough bat on it, used the pace of Liam Plunkett, helps it around the corner, and it's going to be a big 6 there. Again, not off the meat of the bat, just got enough of it, and the pace of Liam Plunkett, it goes over the rope for 6.
And you hear the kids going nuts over that one. They all love Sanjay, so they're happy to see him score. And they love to see a ball go for 6 that they can chase after.
Absolutely, the hometown hero, Sanjay Stanley, someone all these kids have looked up to. One of the first out of this area to go and be a part of the under-19 team.
The second, I believe.
The second, yes, actually the second. The first one was
Smith Doshi.
Yes, who is now in Australia, and he had a decent stint there. And this is a no ball deemed from Liam Plunkett. This was hit by Sanjay Stanley. Did it clip off of Obis Pinar as well? I'm not sure, but it is a no ball, and Obis is on strike.
This is great. This is great for the Raptors. This is the guy you want on strike for a no ball. Let's see what Liam Plunkett does.
How much you want to say Liam Plunkett tries to climb Obis Pinar, climbs the tall man there. Does he try to go short? Again, I think he could go Yorker, which he obviously bowls quite well, but he also likes to hit the deck hard and dig it in deep.
Right.
Which is something that, with your boundary riders all on the leg side, maybe something to look at with none of them on the offside.
Right.
So I think he's going to angle it in to the body, whether that's on the toes or on the head. It's on the head. Obis, he's up to the task, and he's got the gap, and he's got 4. Try to dig it in. He tried to dig it to the leg side, but it's just easy pickings for Obis Pinar. Made it look so effortless, pulling Liam Plunkett.
And the kids go off into the trees to find the ball and throw it back to the fielder. Throwing it back to Derek Narayan. And they're you can hear them chattering over there.
They're still screaming over there. They love it. They're always love to get into the game. Whenever a ball goes flying, whenever they can get a piece of memorabilia from the players, they're going to go after it. They're going to go crazy.
Yeah, it's excellent to see it. Great shot by Obis there. Liam, that's the pretty much first real chink in the armor for Liam so far, but it was a no ball.
Here we go, Plunkett back in. It's an outside edge. Is it going to fly to the boundary? No, does well to keep it to 1, Drysdale.
And then he threw that one to the other end. Good throw.
He's got a strong arm on him. He's always looking to be in the game. Again, nearly right after the 4, did Liam Plunkett get his revenge and finish off Obis Pinar, but it's just a thick enough edge to fly by Mario Ramprasad, who's behind the stumps. And now he's got Sanjay Stanley back on strike. Sanjay shows a solid forward defense there, but it is a dot ball, and that's a win for the Philadelphians.
Most definitely a dot ball for those who aren't familiar with the sport. That means no run happened, no wicket happened, nothing really happened except for a ball was spent, and that's always a win for the bowling team in this format.
Well, it's the last ball of the over, and what we know here at Church Street Park, it always means there's a chance to be very, very interesting. We've seen a lot of them. Let's see if something interesting happens here. Liam Plunkett, he's coming in to Sanjay Stanley from the Shiloh end. Goes back of a length, is hit straight to point, and a rather boring end to the over. It's going to end in a dot ball.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. 54 for the loss of 2 after 9. Welcome back to Church Street Park. Milind Kumar back into the attack. Attacking the toes of Obis Pinar, and it's going to end up being, there's a single out to deep mid-wicket. And direct hit straight away, huh?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, and you see Milind, he's not short of words. He gives instruction to his fielders, to his teammates. He gives feedback to them pretty quickly.
This one, it's just worked through the leg side, and it's going to just be another single. And again, it's kind of taking a page out of the textbook of the Philadelphians strategy. Just singles through the middle overs, there'll be flurries of boundaries here and there.
Right.
As long as you just keep strike rotating to the other overs, we'll have enough runs to get through.
And at the end, bring in Liam Plunkett to bat.
I'm not sure they can replicate that strategy, but they are going to keep pounding those singles away. You look at your big hitters and you think about who you go to, but no, he is already gone. They saved Rohan Phadke. Siva Kumar, he's shown some big shots last year, so maybe an option. Colin Archibald, we know, can pound the ball. So those to me are your big hitting options. You have plenty of single scorers as Sanjay works this one straight through for another single.
And, you know, we do have some injuries on this team, on this Raptors team. Abdullah Shah started the season off with a knee surgery. Great fielder, very strong arm, and he either scores or he's out of there. And I like that type of player in T20. Everybody needs one.
And right now, the Morrisville Raptors, they're just hanging on. They're just keeping things going, keeping things light, and running through these overs right now. They've gotten 5 runs from the first 5 deliveries. Can they make it 6 or 6? Can Sanjay Stanley find a boundary? Again, Milind Kumar always keeps it tight around the stumps. This one was shorter, able to work it through the leg side, but only picks out the fielder as square leg. And that's going to do it. Half the innings is gone. That's 60 for the loss of 2. Welcome back to Church Street Park. It's Nate's favorite non-Raptors player, Kareem Kaur. I had to make sure I said that part this time. Back into the attack. Bowling to Sanjay Stanley.
Anybody who's played for USA is going to get my cheer, my applause.
Again, Kareem keeping it very, very flat. Something that he's trademarked for. There's more loop on that occasion, and I like that from Kareem because of the dip he can get. And just, I think he can get some rip off of the surface as well.
And they thought about going for 2 there. Jonathan Fu displaying a strong arm, throwing it back in. And we have a Zing Bale that's getting very excited right now.
Is it signs of something to come? Well, there's the reverse sweep there. Very much not off the middle of the bat. It looked like Obis kind of turned his head away from it, and had that struck straight onto his pads, he would have been done out, and that would have been the excitement that the Zing Bale was waiting for. Keeping it on the stumps, big appeal. I think that one's missing down. Leg side as well.
Now, LBW, for those who aren't familiar, that means that your legs were in front of the stumps and the umpire. Basically, that just means that your legs were in front of the stumps, ball hit your legs, the umpire said the ball was going to go on. Now, there's a checklist that has to happen for that to be judged, but that's essentially what it means.
This one is going to work it through third man. They are going to go get that single. Oh, it's a direct hit. Sanjay's bat was not on the ground.
How do you not?
It hasn't been given. It looks like it has. Looks like he did put the finger up in the air. Sanjay has to go, and you can see he's devastated with himself. His bat was not on the ground. He looked like he was kind of ducking around. Didn't expect a throw to come to his end. And all that hard work he did, he's thrown it away just by not putting the bat down and following the basics of cricket of dragging the bat.
Well, especially against a team that has shown that they're happy to throw it across the field. They're happy to go for the far end stumps. And, you know, there's no excuse for that, really. We saw a really good start from Sanjay doing the job that he needed to do in the situation. We were talking at the break about, you know, we were hoping that maybe this could be his half century, give him some confidence. He's a very good player. The community believes in him. But yeah, fundamental thing there. Gotta get your bat down.
Yeah, back-to-back times, back-to-back days where you see him get a start.
And now we have Rohan Phadke coming in. And
excuse me, guys. I had something stuck in my throat. Forgive me, it is my second T20 match, the second innings of it, and We have Rohan Phadke coming into the middle. Back-to-back days for Sanjay Stanley, where we saw him kind of get a start, kind of throw it away.
Do his job, and then get out, unfortunately. So, yeah, Rohan Phadke comes in. He opened yesterday. He's a good all-around player. Does a little bit of everything, does it well. Another one of those local heroes. The kids love him.
Absolutely part of the under-19 team. As Obis Pinar puts this one straight back just for one. And again, the role is very simple for Rohan. It's just do what Sanjay did. Take the ones, take the twos. The only interesting part is hasn't been in for a while, and I think we're going to see more Liam Plunkett. Maybe he comes back for one, or maybe he saves himself towards the end. But you know you're going to have to deal with Drysdale as well. So that's going to be the end of the 11th over, 63 for the loss of 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Welcome back to Church Street Park. It's Anirudh Emmanuel coming into bowl, and Obis Pinar takes him to the leg side, but just to the fielder out in the deep.
Here you go. Dream Cricket versus TCL right here.
Yeah, good matchup there. When you talk about the right arm, he's a leg spinner with an angle in, kind of like a Ravi Vishnoi for those of you who watch a lot of international cricket. I think you do a couple of short balls in the over just like that. Just the nature of his action. He kind of bends over, falls over. But when he gets it right, it's tough to deal with. Rohan deals with it well, though, this time. Just working it through the leg side for one.
You have Kareem Agor at the point position. And if you cut that ball...
It would have been too close to cut to begin with. I'm not sure it would have ever gone to Kareem Agor. I think it might have gone over.
Well, he did he did come across the stumps to take that to the leg side, I believe. But yeah.
This one is played through the offside. They're able to get one. And again, this is what they need to do. Find the ones. The boundary over will come. There'll be an over where you can get it. Just keep yourselves into the game.
And Mario was in the middle of the wicket there when the throw came. But a great backup by the fielder, of course.
Again, Anirudh Emmanuel had that catch out in the deep to dismiss Vinod Chandaswamy. And now he's coming in here with the ball, hoping to take a wicket. This one again worked through the leg side. Very smart batting here from Rohan Phadke to get just a single through. And here we go, Obis Pinar. I think if he can get onto one of these short balls, he's going to latch onto it quickly. He's able to send it over and send it into the crowd. That's what he's going to want to do.
He was dismissed by a leggy yesterday.
This time it's more convincingly runs it down to third. They say no. It's a very, very good call. We've seen how accurate these guys have been, and it's Kareem Agor, your man. You don't want to test him.
Guy. Yeah, you don't want to test him. Kareem Agor, there was a time, it's crazy to think there was a time when Kareem Agor and Hayden Walsh Jr. were on the same USA team. Both of them elite fielders around the world.
Absolutely. This one is flighted up. Obis wanted the big slog sweep. It was too wide, found an outer edge, and went back onto his stumps. Might have had more success going through covers, but that's going to do it for 12 overs, 67 for the loss of 3. Welcome back to Church Street Park here as we see the man from Antigua, Kareem Agor, come in to the attack.
Yeah, we were talking at the break about how Morrisville's kind of like the Antigua of the USA. You know, not a big place, but a lot of good cricketers come out of here.
Absolutely, and we have one on strike at the moment, and he's chopped it on. Rohan Phadke's got a full delivery, look to work it through covers, and today it's Antigua over Morrisville. Goes straight back onto stumps, and Kareem Agor gets his man, and another wicket falls for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there. Did not happen on the final ball of the over for once.
The first ball, we started with that excitement.
Yeah, we started with the excitement, so we can talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, Rohan Phadke, he was just looking to play it through covers and just dipped on him, I think, a touch, and that caused that inside edge to occur and chops it back onto stumps. He's disappointed with that. He looked in good nick, but he has to go again for another low score.
He's been getting that Magnus effect on the ball, that drift towards on the same, drifting the direction that he's bowling it, along with the arm, which is how he bowls. He comes in on you like that.
He gets a lot of drift, and that's why I like that he looped this one up a little bit more, daring you to play that expansive drive, led to the wicket.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see another man from Morrisville. It's Abhiram Bolasetti who comes in, bowling all-rounders as he's listed, with a very good bat, maybe a little unorthodox batting stance, but he is very good with the bat, likes playing spin as well as pace, and can stroke it around. He does have the big shot and likes playing through covers as well.
I'm a big fan of his batting stance because I'm a big fan of getting your eyes to where the ball is.
Well, you should have seen him a couple years back. I remember he had the lowest, widest batting stance you would have ever seen, and I've had a conversation with him and said, yeah, I just couldn't be that wide. I want to get my feet a little bit in better spots. So he still stays pretty low.
Right.
He's a lot closer together in terms of how far his feet are.
Probably a little underrated as a batter. Everyone thinks of him as a fast bowler, but he's a little bit underrated as a batter, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would have to agree as well. Again, I think when he's in nick, I think it's very hard to get him out. He plays all over the ground, 360 type of player, but it's very conventional and likes to play over cover. So if you give him any room, see one go over there.
When we talked the other day, Adi Kodala did not bat yesterday. Left-handed. He can kind of guide an innings. He's a good batter. He's definitely underappreciated too. But the thing about Adi is he doesn't seem to be bothered by anything. He doesn't get flustered very easily.
This is what the wickets do to a team. 3 continuous dot balls plus the wicket, make it 4 and 4 and over. Just got to find ways to score runs. Abhiram this time nearly chops it onto his own stumps. They're going to go for a quick single. But again, pressure on the youngster here because you had 3 consecutive dot balls. Just got away with that one.
Off the mark finally. And you want to just, if you're Abhiram Bolasetti right now, you want to get Obis on strike.
Yeah, absolutely. That's got to be the goal. Obis able to work it around, and they're going to go and get one. Yes, they do go and get that one. Throw never came in. So that's going to do it for 13 overs, 69 for the loss of 4. Welcome back. Anirudh Emanuel into Obis Benar. Looks to sweep him. Made a good adjustment late. Gets it for 1. And again, Abhiram Bolasetti just got to find a way to get off strike, get a single going. Don't have to do too much here. Again, I know the run rate is over 10 now, but you just keep the singles going. We know Obis can get into a groove and find boundaries.
Yeah, Anirudh, man, you got to appreciate, in hockey they call it flow. He's got his own little style there with the shirt that's a little bit oversized, the hair that's big. In hockey they would say that he's got flow.
He's got flow indeed. Abhiram Bolasetti looked to punch that one and slap it down. It only slapped it to Emmanuel's hands, which you seem are very safe with the catch of Vinod earlier today. Abhiram got to find a way to get off strike, got to find a way to keep runs flowing. Oh, big slog sweep. He's got all of that one. And that was going all the way. We told you he's got all the shots in the book. He was given the license to do so, makes up for all the duck balls, a 6 to get his account started. Abiram Bolaseti lighting up Church Street Park.
All the shots in the book, and that's everyone's favorite one.
Everyone's favorite one, the slog sweep. He plays a lot here. I've seen him play that shot countless occasions. Again, underrated as a bat, like you said. I think he's a much better bat than he's been given credit for based off last year's performance. Supriya mentioned that he was given MVP, or excuse me, man of the match for the exhibition against the Paramvirs just 2 years back. He gave him 2 down in that sense. This time cut, and they elect not to take the single there. But again, he has the prowess to be a decent bat here in MILC.
Very confident batter, and we went up to John Boy with him and played a game that was similar to cricket that, John Boy kind of designed, and he, we'll see how he did when that comes out.
Well, this one hits straight back, and that's 4 more. Again, he's got all the shots in the book, I tell you. This young man can score and is earning a spot in this batting lineup. Abiram Bolaseti bowled decently well. The kids, they're passing the ball around. They pass it in finally, but straight back down the ground for Anirudh Emmanuel. And Abiram Bolaseti, he gets himself 4 more runs, and that's 10 runs in the over.
This is very good. This is definitely the bowler that they would want to target. Nothing against Anirudh Emmanuel, but
this time straight back again. I'm sorry to cut you off, Nate, but that's 1 bounce over the boundary. He's taken a liking to Anirudh Emmanuel. He's played some cricket against him as well. The 2 youngsters, and bada bing, bada boom. He's gone over the top. He's putting on just a display, a show under the lights here, shining bright.
How about that relay from the kids too, up the hill, throwing it down 1, 2, 3, and then to the fielder. Love seeing the kids get the ball.
And that's going to do it. 14 overs gone, 84 for the loss of 4.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back to Church Street Park. Abiram had a flurry of boundaries here for the Morrisville Raptors. He's 15 off of 9 now after starting just 0 from 3. Now it's Obis Pinar who's on strike against Milan Kumar. He's going to pound it into the offside. Has he bit the fielder? No. Oh, yes, he has. A little bit of a stumble. It's come off of the body of the fielder. It should just be deemed 4. It is just deemed 4, but it is a 4 for the Morrisville Raptors, and the crowd, they're finally getting into it. Something to cheer about after these past 2 overs.
Nice sliding effort there by Syed Abdullah, but effort isn't always good enough, and the ball skips off him over the boundary for 4. They're going to need a few of them.
And you can hear "Let's go Raptors, let's go" out in the crowd, and this is exactly why. This time Pinar cuts it, and it's just brilliant there in the field, not going to allow a run to happen. Again, he's a little bit sloppy on the ball previous. This time, made no mistake.
Good stop there by Jonathan Fu. There's a lot of effort in this Philadelphians team. They have high energy. They're a lot of fun to watch.
Went for the big one through the offside, just missed it, stayed a little low on him. This Pinar is just trying to open up all the scoring options. Saw Abiram Bolaseti, he has more confidence now in his partner. This time, just working it through the leg side smartly, just gets a single, not trying to do too much. And says, Abiram, I trust you to play big 2 and score. Now, if you're Abiram, don't want to get carried away. You had a big over the previous over. You need a couple more of those. But you got your boundary. Just keep the singles flowing. Don't try to do too much and throw your wicket away.
Yeah, just we need 10. The Raptors need 10 and over right now. A little more than 10 and over.
Oh, heads up play here from Obis Pinar. It hit Abiram square onto the pads. It's going to be deemed as leg buys there from the umpire. But Obis saw enough gap between the point fielder and the ball. He said, yes, let's go take off. Abiram quick between the wickets. And Obis able to get back on strike and keep the scoreboard moving. This time down the leg side, helped along its way. He's done really well to keep it to just 1. And Obis, you can see him head up in the sky. Had he left it alone, it was 1 and another delivery. If he was able to get more bat, it's 4. This time, it's just 1 and the delivery counts.
Good stop by Derek Narayan. We talked about him having a rough start to the game in the field, but he's doing great now.
And 15 overs gone, 91 for the loss of 4. Welcome back to the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. None of these matches would be possible without the aforementioned sponsors and our official sponsor, DAFA News. Liam Plunkett is back into the attack, and he's bowling to Obis Benar. Now, if you're a Morrisville Raptors fan, I would want to assume you want Obis to play the majority of this over. As he's come down the track, and he's beaten straight away. Again, Liam is going to hit the deck. He's going to go back of a length. I think Obis recognizes that and try to go over the top and hit him over long off as it's vacant. There's no fielder there, but smartly enough, there's a little bit of nip from Liam Plunkett.
And the Raptors will be happy that this is Liam Plunkett's final over. It comes from the Shiloh end this time, as his other three came from the Cedar Fork end. But let's see who else has overs left. We got Drysdale with 2 overs left, and Milland with 1 over left.
Plunkett's last over. And is going to run down the ground. Is it going to be 4? Good ground being made up here from Milind Kumar. Does well. Keeps it to 2. It's a direct hit. Is he gone?
What a throw.
I believe he's well in. Again, big shouts. He was well in for me. But what a throw from Milind Kumar, who's, again, he's moving well to his left as a right-handed thrower. Takes 1 step with his right foot coming behind him. Squares his shoulders up, able to release it out from the deep, almost like a Patrick Mahomes type of crossbody throw, and booms onto leg stump. Just an unbelievable effort and athletic play from Milind Kumar.
Awesome throw. My favorite part was at the end when after he released it, he did the Larry Bird turns back to the square.
It's just that Steph Curry no-look 3. You don't need to see it. You know it's going to hit. There's no doubt about it. But here we go. And you get 2 runs there, a dot ball to start. You're going to need to find a boundary in the over. They're going to find 1. Yes, it's going to be Abhiram Bolasetti now. What can Abhiram Bolasetti do against the likes of Liam Plunkett? He's got a lot of shots, a lot of confidence, but actually he's quite seen this type of bowling pace and smarts because of just the experience of Liam Plunkett.
Well, not many in the league have, not many his age have, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Let's see.
But, if I'm going to have to face Liam Plunkett, I want to do it while I'm 16 from 10.
And the Morrisville Raptors fans, they are nervously sitting on the edge of their seats. They know the game is in the balance. They want to see these 2 over the line. What can Abhiram Bolasetti do? That's a beautiful shot over cover. No! He's just picked out the man. I thought he got enough on it, but it was just enough to get to Jonathan Fu at a wide mid-off position. It was just too quick on him. It hit the toe end of the bat. I thought he played it well enough, but no. It's just found Jonathan Fu, and Bolasetti has to go, and Fu's got a smile on his face.
Yeah, he usually does. Yeah, that was a great job there. Like I said, they'll be happy Liam Plunkett only has 2 balls left in his innings.
Yeah, and again, pin drop silence now from the Morrisville crowd. And initially, just like me, they thought it was going to go all the way, but then you could just see it just started to summit back down. And now they're going to send out Colin Archibald. Again, he's going to face the last 2, or at least 1 delivery of Liam Plunkett.
And if you're in this situation, these are the 2 guys you probably want in the middle if you're the Raptors. You want Obis out there who has seen plenty of balls, and you want Archibald out there as well, who can, he can go pretty fast.
And I just want to take a moment to talk about Abhiram Bolasetti. While it's only going to be 16 off of 11, you're going to talk about him bringing the Raptors back in the match. They were just surviving off singles, and then he heads that 1 underneath Emmanuel, big over, a couple of 6, a couple of 4s, and it just keeps them alive in the game, and I think that gives a little bit more life to the Raptors now. Again, he would have been disappointed with the way he got out, thought he could have continued his way through, but he's brought his team to a decent enough position, 52 from 4.2, long way to go, but now you got Colin Archibald, who we know can hit, and you got Obis Bernard, probably the man you want facing Liam Plunkett. So here we go, last 2 deliveries from Plunkett here at Church Street Park. This one, has he split the gap? No, it's just 1 out to Jonathan Fu. So it's going to be the lefty Colin Archibald facing the last delivery of Plunkett here at Church Street Park this Saturday.
So you're coming in, first ball is Liam Plunkett's last.
Might not be the worst thing in the world, but again, you don't want to get bold. You don't want to let him walk away with something to talk about. 2 wickets in the over would really just take all the life out. Again, they need a lot to really go their way here in the last 4 overs. Still haven't got to their 100 yet. It's an uphill battle for the Raptors, but Can they soar to it, and can they soar past this total and get a win? Another big time in the clutch win here on home soil. First, they got to get through this over. And Archibald just flirts with one outside the off stump. It ends in a dot, no harm, no foul, but the Philadelphians then get the wicket of Abiram Bolasetti, and at the end of 16, it's 95 for the loss of 5. Well, interesting decision here as we welcome you back to Church Street Park. The captain is going to bowl himself out here. Milind Kumar, he is going to bowl his 4th over as he yorks Obis Pinar here. Nate, I want you to talk me through the options that they have left, right? We're talking who they're going to bowl, find to bowl these last 4 overs. Milind's bowling 1. Who's bowling the other 3?
I think you got it. Drysdale has 2 left. He's only allowed 2 runs in his 2 overs so far, taking a wicket. I think you've got to count, you've got to bet money that Drysdale's going to bowl the 18th and the 20th. So who's going to bowl the 19th? That leaves Yash Kangura and Anirudh Emmanuel of bowlers who've bowled so far.
And I think you would have to go to the youngster Yash Kangura. Both are young, but you never really see leg spinners bowl in the death. There's a reason for it. As Archibald cuts that one away. Oh, it's well done. He's going to keep it to a dot ball. Oh, a throw. That was unnecessary. And Milind Kumar, he's frustrated. He's animated. A lot like Damian Jacobs yesterday. He's yelling and screaming, saying there's no need to make that throw. He's saying easy, easy. And they allow the Raptors to get another single off what should have been a dot ball.
Oh, that's a tough one. That's good news for the Raptors because that brings Obis Pinar on strike, and he is the man who's been out there the longest with 26 runs from 24 balls. 2 4s. We've been waiting to see him really click. We haven't seen it yet.
And haven't seen it yet. Again, hit the bottom end of the bat. You could clearly hear from that sound. If he gets one straight back, and that's what he's trying to do. Again, but it's just so difficult. Milind Kumar mixes him up so well and keeps him Yorker length. This time makes some room. He's gone through the offside, but just to Anirudh Emmanuel inside the circle. And you can see Milind Kumar again saying, Anirudh, easy, just underhand roll it to me. You don't need to do anything fancy.
Right.
Singles aren't winning it for him. They need to hit big shots now.
Right. No reason to throw a worm burner back to him.
Can Colin Archibald deliver some big strokes? He did yesterday facing Umaid Asif and Najaf Shah. Can you do it now against Milind Kumar? He's going to try to. It's up in the air. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. It's going to be 6. Over back to his team. He bounces right in front of their dugout. And again, Dame Pete is padded up. That is something to see. He is padded up. He's gone over the top of the shed, but it doesn't matter right now because Colin Archibald, he just hit a 6.
What a shot that was, too. And that brings up the 100 for the Morrisville Raptors. 104 for 5, chasing 145 in the 17th over with 1 ball left in the over.
They're going to need a lot more strokes like that from Colin Archibald and Obis Pinar. They're going to need Obis to really step up here. He's really not been in full flow yet. Colin, we know he's going to be aggressive. He needs a couple more, one more here in this over. And it's going to be worked through the offside just for 1. Anirudh Emmanuel not going to even try to throw this one in. That's going to do it for the 17th over. 105 for the loss of 5 after 17. Need 41 from the last 3.
So setting up the food and
Welcome back to Church Street Park. As you called for, Nate, it's going to be Janoy Drysdale coming into bowl. It's Colin Archibald. And Janoy Drysdale has a tendency to hit the deck hard. If he continues to do that, I think Archibald might find a liking to him. He hit a couple of really nice, slaps off the back foot. Your Janoy Drysdale, you just got some advice from Liam Plunkett. Got to go full, got to go straight.
Yeah, I think so. We the stats for Drysdale, 2 runs off of 2 overs. That's fantastic stuff. He clearly overmatched his opposition, though.
Yeah, he went for the wide delivery, trying to keep it out of the arc, but it's too wide again, seeing countless times people pushing it all the way across that wide line and giving a freebie to the Raptors. Again, won't entirely mind it if you're the Philadelphians, just because you can see the intent. He's trying to keep it out of the arc of Colin Archibald and just trying to get him to slice one through the inside circle.
That big 6th, that last over, though, that really makes the 19th over even more, fragile for the Philadelphians.
And it's going to be the youngster as well. Does the under-21 player, how does he handle the pressure of being in that 19th over? And you're counting on Drysdale to be very, very sharp here, not give up too many runs to make it. So they need to have big runs in that 19th and just give Yush a little bit more confidence there. This one out of the reach, and it is going to be a dot ball there. He pointed straight back. I'm not sure what he was pointing to. But again, he cleared out his front foot. I think if you know he's going to go and bowl outside, maybe keep that front foot towards you and allow yourself to step into a shot through extra cover.
Right, and I think right arm over to a left-handed batter, maybe it's a little bit tougher to stay tight there. You want to be able to clear the leg if they come on the pads, but you kind of got to wait and see, don't you?
Let's see what happens. This time, clears the legs again, but this time he got a bat on. It wasn't wide enough. He moved across the stumps to make sure he could get a bat to it. And once he gets a bat on it, it's gone. Colin Archibald with another 6, keeping the Raptors in it. Don't go anywhere. Church Street Park, we're just starting.
Oh, my goodness. And the kids are having a blast out there chasing the ball around, throwing it back in. You got to give the kids something every time they catch. Actually, they might kill each other.
If you give one thing out there, they're going to fight each other for it.
They're already going crazy for the ball, But, hey, you go trace the ball down, you get, a chocolate bar or something.
Well, right now, the Colin Archibald is trying to deliver his team a win. They're 112 here in the 18th over. They need 34 in the last 2.4. Again, Drysdale, he's going wide, he's going forward. Does he try going straighter now? Yes, he does. It's shorter. It's straight back. I don't think Milan Kumar can get there. No, another 6. We know the power of Colin Archibald, and he's cheering up this Morrisville crowd. The kids delivering it back, and all of Morrisville's loving it at the moment. Archibald, back-to-back, they're celebrating right there for good reason.
And that's what I think of when I think of American cricket. That's what I think in my mind right there. All those kids going crazy for the ball. Under the lights at Church Street Park, and it's an exciting, close game.
And to me, the last thing I could do if I'm Drysdale is go short against Colin Archibald. He's so tall and has such a great arc there that if you don't get it at his head, he is going to slap it down the ground with that kind of power. I would rather be too full to him than too short is what it almost feels like based off seeing him bat for a while. Again, what does he go here? Goes back to being full. He slowed it down, and it's just going to be one in the circle. There's a nice calm throw from the inside circle. Mm-hmm. But again, the damage being done, 2 6s in the over, that single. There was a wide as well, already 14 from the first 4, 2 balls to go. Can Obis Pinar put a couple of boundaries away now as well?
Yeah, this is quite different than his first 2 overs, but as I said, I feel like he had the guys overmatched the first 2. How many times do we see a game go right down to the wire at this ground?
And you talk about the Manhattan Yorkers match last year, talk about 2020, when we had the Butterbeers here in that match where Abhiram Bolasetti was the man of the match. You saw 3 off the last ball, and they have a run short, because everything was happening there yesterday with the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers. Now today, something special in the making. Obis Pinar, he's on the ground because he knows he's missed out. It was short, it was wide. He's been able to put this away all all day, doing that every day, but he just wasn't able to get onto it, not really in full flow, and that struggles continue here in the 18.
27 runs needed. There are 13 balls to go. This is a pretty good spot for the Raptors. And let's talk about who they got in the barn. They got Dane Pete might be padding up right now. And obviously Shiva Kumar Duvarapu.
And he missed, swing and a miss. And well done here from Mario Ramprasad. We thought maybe was the leg going to hinder him. It was a great delivery and also great keeping. Had he not gotten a glove to that one, it was certainly running away to the boundary for 4. Dot balls off the last 2 where the damage was done. 14 comes from that over. 18 overs gone. 119 for the loss of 5. 27 needed from the last 12. Here we go. Some shock here in the comm box, because how do we forget about number 23, Shiranshu Bhatia, on the heels of a fifer last week in the middle overs, wasn't given a single over today until right now here in the 19th.
Wow, I gotta apologize for that one when I was looking up and down who had overs left.
Well, again, it seems like the Philadelphians might have forgot he was a part of the team because they didn't give him an over either. And now they're going to call to him, just give him 1 over. Again, this is a guy who just took a fifer. Let's not forget about that. Just took a fifer. He's going to go.
This is a good situation to be in if you're a wicket taker. I mean, obviously, not the greatest because you only need 27 runs and 2 overs, but you do need to hit the ball.
And that's what he did to New England Eagles. He just keep it slow, keep it full, and just say, go hit me. But I'm going to be on stump. So if you miss, I hit. Colin Archibald, though, he looks to be in good nick. Can he get a couple away? If he can get a couple away in this over, it takes a lot of pressure out of the final over, which will presumably be bowled by Drysdale, unless they have another trump card up their sleeves. Swing and a miss. It was slowed down. He was through the shot before it ever got there. Archibald knows he missed out because that's right up his alley. And Bhatia survives ball 1.
Just swang right through that. Ball just became invisible.
Always under the lights, Nate. It never happens when there's daytime. It's always under the lights. When it gets dark, all the stars come out. All the pressure, all these situations deploy themselves. Here we go. Bhatia into Archibald. It's short again, and a little bit of more bounce than he was expecting this time, Archibald. 2 darts to start the over. Brilliant start here from Bhatia.
Yeah, excellent. If you're a Philadelphians fan, if you're the Philadelphians, you're thrilled right now with this start. If you're the Raptors, you might be thinking, well, let's try to see what Obas can do against them.
And last year, felt like the Morrisville team wasn't really able to get over the hump in a lot of close games. They start the year off losing a close game. Then they go back and win one yesterday. Can they go over the line here? This time he gets bat on ball. Has he picked out a fielder? No, it's in the gap. Is it going to go all the way? No, it's just going to run around. It's going to be 2. So still, it's a win for the Philadelphians. Not a boundary, but runs. You'll take it. Finally, bat on ball. Not another dot.
Right, absolutely. And you need them in pairs, and you need them in 4s and 6s, too.
Absolutely. This is, again, coming down to the wire. 25 needed from 1.3. Just 9 deliveries left in the match. You need 25 runs. And again, the task does not get easy with Drysdale bowling. Here we go. Shiranshu Bhatia. Again, short. This time Archibald gets onto it. Has he cleared it? I think he has. He has. He's done it. He was bound to get on one of these eventually. He got away with the first 2. This time, not going to get away with it. Archibald put Drysdale's away on the Shiloh end. This time to the Cedar Fork end. He's got him. And you can hear the Raptors chants going up. That means 19 from the last 8.
Ooh, the difference a 6 makes.
All the pressure gets taken away from the Morrisville Raptors and back on to the Philadelphians because you give that 6 away. Now it just makes that last over seem a little bit easier.
And Jonathan Fu's coming over and saying, calm down, just, we know you can do this, you got 5 last week. They're looking for another ball.
Sent it into the creek, and again, Bhatia got a little bit of overbounce on one of them, slowed one of them down. This time, Archibald was able to get his hands through it. Once he gets his hands on it, it feels like it's going no matter what.
Well, see, this is the good thing about having only bowled, 3 balls at this point, or 4 balls at this point. You don't really care that much if a new ball has to come in. You're not used to this one yet.
Absolutely. And again, there's 8 balls left. There's 2 balls left in this over. If you can get another 6, if you're the Morrisville Raptors, it brings it back down to 13, which now you can just get a couple of doubles through, and a boundary changes the whole complexion of the game. But if you're the Philadelphians and get away with this, with just a single here or a double there, now you feel very good going into the last over. How do we go? Archibald fresh off a 6, gets an outside edge. Is it going to squirt by? No, just 1. So now it's going to be Obis Pinar on strike. And again, Obis Pinar has not been in full flow. Normally, this would be a great thing for the Raptors, having Obis Pinar, one of the best bats in all of minor league. But he's just struggled throughout the match here to really find timing. Can he do something here? It's 18 from 7.
Yeah, and if you're struggling and you're still scoring in the high 20s and T20, when your team needs you to stick around a while, it's not awful. Like, there's worse ways to struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, he's striking it well. High strike rate, just close to 100. But again, for me, I would rather have Archibald on strike to start the next over. So this has got to be an even run shot. It's a 6, it's a 4, it's a 2, or it's a dot. And I can live with that because I want Archibald on strike. He slapped it. It's just going to be 1, maybe 2. No, just 1. So this means Obis Pinar will retain strike, and that means it's going to be 17 from the last over. Do not go anywhere, folks. It is just heating up. 1 over to go, 17 runs to win.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Another exciting finish set here at Church Street Park. We've got 17 runs from the last over. Obis Pinar is on strike, but the man I think all Raptors fan wants on strike is Colin Archibald. He's waiting at the non-striker's end. Whatever this is, but it's not a boundary. You want to get through for 1. It's Drysdale bowling, who gave up 2 runs in his first 2 overs. Last over was expensive, but it was only when he was bowling to Archibald. What can Obis do? Moves across. Oh, he's got onto this one. I think he's making the gap. There's all the naysayers wrong. He hits a 4 to start off the innings. It was only a matter of time. He has so much class. He gets a juicy full toss, heaves it over the leg side, and there you go. Make it 13 from the last 5.
This is an equation you like with these 2 in the middle right now. If you're the Morrisville Raptors, I think you can count on Obis to at least get a single here.
And every Raptors fan has their fingers crossed. They're just praying. Whoever's above. Drysdale comes back in. This time, it's down the leg side. That's well too easy. It's full. That could be a no-ball as well. But it's definitely 4 runs. There's no doubt about that one.
I thought that was a no-ball in height.
It's not being deemed a no-ball, but it still means it's 7 now. 9 from the last 4 deliveries. He's hit 2 4s to start it. Drysdale's giving him 2 juicy full tosses that he can help around the corner. And again, everyone, Obis Pinar is that dude. This is why Dane Pete said to us at the draft day show, he's going to be the MVP of the league because he can play shots like this. He's such a high-quality bat. The pressure is back on Roy Drysdale.
And Drysdale is definitely missing right now. Here's the thing. It's early enough in the evening. The lights don't go out here till 10 o'clock. Last night, if we had come down to a super over, I don't know if we could have got it in. Tonight, we could definitely get it in.
Absolutely could get it in, but I don't think the Raptors fans want to get there. They want to see Obis Pinar finish it off in style. Again, struggled last year, getting over the hump in close games. Week 1, unable to do so. Week 2, Did it in week 1, on day 1. Can they do it in day 2? Again, under the lights at Church Street Park. It's Noy Drysdale. He's running in to Obis Pinar. 9 from the last 4. And Obis, back-to-back 4s. Again, steps across. This time straight down. That looks to be another 4. And it is. Obis Pinar put on the flurry. He's in the comm box here. He's hit Nate Hayes right on the knees. He had to get up. We're celebrating over here in the comms. That's another 4. Make it 5 from 3. Obis Pinar. He's doing the job at the moment. Straight back, no shot for the long off fielder. Didn't matter who it was. Had to been the Flash to have stopped that one. Obis Pinar, he's getting a roar out of this Morrisville crowd.
And I just threw it about 10 feet over Jonathan Foo's head. He's not happy with me, so I'll have to apologize to him afterwards. Going from the top of a hill, though. Come on, give me a break.
We got to give you a break here, but the Philadelphians are looking for a break. Again, it's 5 from 3. That is what the equation reads. Obis Pinar with not 1, not 2, but 3 consecutive 4s. Here we go. 5 from 3. Janoy Drysdale. They're changing up the field, having a conversation now. The Philadelphians trying to swing momentum, change things up a little bit. Again, this is where it gets tense. Again, this is Morrisville at night, Church Street at night.
Yes.
Under the lights. We're getting texts flooding in saying another great game.
Awesome game.
I'm in the group chat. They said, make sure you hop on the Morrisville game. It's getting close. Definitely don't go anywhere. 5 from 3. Obis Pinar. Again, 3 consecutive 4s. Can he make it 4 consecutive 4s? Struggled with timing all day long. This is the over. He's come alive. Here we go. Drysdale. Can he find an answer? Yes, he can. That looks good. Oh, was there bat involved? I think there might have been.
Heard a couple of noises. I don't know if it was pad and shoe or bat and pad. Bat and pad and shoe.
Again, to me, it only had to have been bat that could have saved Obis Pinar. He looked dead in front. And you can see Obis, he's signaling there's some bat involved. But again, it is just 1 for the Philadelphians. But it's 4 from 2 now. Colin Archibald on strike. Again, 3 consecutive 4s from Obis Pinar. Then a single. Now, it's Colin Archibald. He's hit Drysdale quite well. But Drysdale, I think he's going to go to the full Yorker length here and not go back of a length like he did in the previous over he bowled.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that beautiful West Indies helmet on the head of Archibald there. He's on the West Indies Ace squad and plays for Leeward Islands in their 4-day first-class cricket.
Well, you can run all the numbers you want, you can talk all the stats you want, but there's nothing like pressure. It's 4 from 2. Drysdale came into these last 4 overs, giving up just 2 runs. Now, when we talk about what he's given up, he has now given up 29, and again, 27 of those coming from the last 2, and he still got 2 balls to go. 4 runs he's got to hold on to. Gone full straight, inside edge. Can he get a run out? He can't effective, doesn't throw. I think very smart that he didn't throw, because had he thrown, I think he would have been able to get 1 off the overthrows.
Right. Good move for him.
Means 1 off 3. Nate Hayes, you might have called the super over with the lights on. Would have enough time to do it if it's available.
Well, you need bat on ball. That's the first thing. And then you just got to run. You just got to do what the Philadelphians didn't do on the last ball in the first innings.
And had they done that, maybe it's 4 from 1. Who knows? But also, feels very eerie, similar to when we saw the Butterbeers here. 3 off the last ball, then a short run leads to a win for the Morrisville team.
What are they doing to us? They're taking years off of our life.
Taking years off. They're taking years off of our life, man. I'm only 19 years old. I can't handle all of this stress.
This is amazing, though. 2 straight evening games, 2 straight games coming down to the very last ball. Wow, it's like this is a season's worth of excitement, all in 2 games.
All in just 2 games at Church Street Park. We got 2 tomorrow, 2 on Monday, so it's not going to stop anytime soon. Here we go. Obis Pinar, he's hit 3 4s in the over, but Drysdale's gone very nice with the slower Yorkers. He's going to go back to it. 1 from 3. This one slapped. Has he got to the boundary? Needs the boundary. No. He's going to carry. They're running 2. Chance of a super over. Does he get back? Is he in? He's in. And it's going to be a draw, and that means we're going to have a super over.
Oh, wow.
Guys, we thought it couldn't get more exciting than yesterday. No, it's more exciting now. Obis Raw with the dive. Mario Rampersard with the presence of mind to not allow them to come back for a 3rd. unable to whip it away. Needed 3 from the last. They get 2. It means we have a super over coming your way. What a treat of cricket we have here.
Phenomenal.
In Church Street Park.
But look how lucky we are. It's just absolutely amazing.
And the second super over of the day. Remember,
that's right.
Lone Star in Seattle went to a super over. Now we have the Morrisville Raptors and the Philadelphians heading to a super over. And the conventional rules is that Morrisville Raptors are going to be sent in to bat first. So who do they send? And Dane P's having a conversation. He's saying, Obis, Colin, y'all good to keep batting?
Yeah, oh my gosh, that was such a close play there, and Obis was definitely across the line on the replay. My gosh, my goodness. It's hard to catch my breath. I don't think I could throw the ball into anyone's hands, even if I was on flat ground with somebody right now.
Imagine that throw had not been into the hands, but been a wayward throw. You would have scampered all the way across and be an easy single. Here we go. They got 2 from the last, so it means we have a super over. Now, here's the question. Who's bowling? I think it's going to be Liam Plunkett. I don't think you're not going to bowl Liam Plunkett.
I think you're right. I think you got to bowl Liam Plunkett.
I think the harder question is who's batting. Colin Archibald, I think, is one end. Obis Pinar, I think, did enough in the final over to be one.
Yeah.
To me, Lahiru Malanta is the other option I'd have put.
Yeah, but he also got out he also got out.
That is also true.
So I don't know. I think I would just go with.
That was also a swinging ball as well.
Do you want to go 2 lefties though against Liam Plunkett?
I want to go with my biggest hitters. Right, I want to go with the guys who I feel have enough shots all over the ground. I think Obis is one of them.
Yeah.
I think Colin has shown.
I'm going with Colin and Obis. They're the ones that are in knock right now. I'm going to ride it out with them. They got you here.
Absolutely.
Let them take
I want them to go
line.
across. I think they're going to start us off, and that's the conversation Dane's having with them. And Lahiru's in that huddle there, and I think Lahiru is the guy that will come in after. He's your biggest hitter after them.
He's going to get his pats on right now. Look at him scampering off.
Exactly. He's a lefty, so he can create that kind of angle, and also he can exploit all areas of the field. To me, that would be the easiest option.
Right. Yeah, those would be the 3 I would look at. Maybe get another righty up ready.
But the question would be, who would you go with? Would you go with Vinod Kumar? But he struggled today.
He did struggle.
Abhiram Bolasetti put in some nice
I would go with Abhiram Bolasetti.
But he was against the spin bowler. Liam Plunkett, he tried to play one big shot and was caught by Jonathan Fu on the circle.
True, so what are you going to do? Are you going to put Shiva Kumar in there who hasn't been in the middle yet?
To me, it's Lahiru. I don't think I can look past
Lahiru. Yeah.
I just don't think I could look anywhere other than a Lahiru Malanta, my opening batter, who comes in, he stays very, very aggressive. It's going to exploit all areas of the ground. If I had to pick a right-hander, you sent in Abhiram. I don't think I want to send Siva out there who hasn't played a delivery.
Yeah.
So maybe Abhiram might be the option.
Yeah.
But I don't think I can look anywhere past Lahiru Malanta.
Lahiru, yeah. I got you. Let's see what happens. This is an amazing game. Amazing sights and sounds and scenes. The kids are going nuts. The Philadelphians look like they're having a good time. You saw them even high-fiving when they drew there because it gives them a chance in the Super Over. They gotta love their chances in the Super Over with the bowling that they have, with the top end bowling that they've got.
Absolutely, and again, that's what got them to this point. Again, we look at the crowd; they're so tense. We see a couple of TCO youth players, former TCO youth players out there, and again, everyone just you can cut the suspense with the button knife right now. They're so on the edge of their seat and shaken by what they have just witnessed. Again, yesterday, 1 from 1, they get it. Today, 3 from 1, they get 2. So we have a super over. An extra 2 overs of cricket is going to be absolutely outstanding. The question, though, is now, who bowls last over for the Morrisville Raptors? Something you got to decide upon. You have to assume it would be a Colin Archibald. But where do you exactly go?
I would go with Colin
Archibald. Oh, my goodness. What a move.
Oh,
it's Karima Gore with the ball in hand, not Liam Plunkett, not Drysdale.
Full of secrets all night long.
Absolutely. They kept out Bhate, who could have been an option as well.
Could have been an option, right.
But they're going with the left arm orthodox bowler who keeps it flat in the air, keeps it on stumps, very difficult to score off of. And also, Obis Pinar did not have a liking to him. Maybe that's the strategy.
That might be
why.
why.
Obis is going to be there. Keep him on there.
Yeah, that might be it. But at the same time, if you were batting against a left-arm orthodox bowler and Obis gets out, you're definitely sending in your left-handed batter.
Absolutely.
So it's great to have the hero right now in the barn. If you're the Raptors, you're not going to mind a wicket as much as long as it's Obis's wicket.
Yeah,
obviously, you don't want to dot ball at all. But at that point, a wicket stop off.
Right, absolutely. That's the big thing. And you don't want to lose both your wickets here. You want to make sure you bat out this super over. Seattle held Lone Star to just 7 overs in their super over. So 7 runs were easy enough for Seattle to get over the line with. You're going to want to be, I think, near double digits. 10 gives you a little bit of leeway here and there. But again, everything happening here at Church Street Park, you never know what's going to go wrong.
For those who are new, a super over is basically overtime. Each team gets 6 balls to hit. Whoever scores the most wins the game.
Here we go. It's going to be Kareem Agor. Oh, and he's coming with the pump fake straight up, and you see a smile from Colin Archibald, a smile from Kareem Agor. Again, you see a lot of guys locally do it. Adi Gupta does that.
Yeah.
Here we go. Kareem Agor. Oh, and how is that missed the stump? So it was angling it all the way, just misses off stump, but it is a dot.
Yeah,
most importantly, it is a dot.
Beautiful ball.
The over-off pressure on the Morrisville Raptors. This one again angled into the pads. He's not able to get any bad. They're going to go off of a leg by, and it's only once to start with a dot and a single. Not more better starts in a super over.
Now, in a super over, can you do a strategic retirement?
Well, that is interesting.
I mean, once they determine who the bowler is and he bowls a couple of balls, can you do a strategic retirement there? I mean, that would be something else, wouldn't it?
I think you could, but then I think that player would be out, and then you'd only have 1 wicket left in hand. So if he gets out, then you're done and out of the game.
Sure.
So that would be the danger, maybe using that, because we saw that happen on week 1 where they used that strategic retirement, but if it's retired,
wasn't in a super over, of course. Yeah.
But if they use this retirement here, and he's deemed it's not an injury on the field, then he would be retired
out.
Would not be able to come back, and that would mean you just have 1 wicket to work with. So that is an interesting thing. I don't think many people would deploy it because of just that 1 wicket scarcity. But here we go. It's Kareem Agor once again into Obis Pinar. Again, Obis did not really find a liking to him today. Try something innovative, only 1 on offer. It's been a brilliant over. He keeps it out of that little paddle sweep that we see Obis Pinar do oftentimes.
And we're seeing the quality here we're seeing one of Kareem Agor's biggest qualities, and that's that he's got ice water in his veins. He is really hard to rattle. He doesn't get upset by tough situations. He is a real competitor. He is a bulldog.
So here we go, Kareem Agor coming into Colin. Again, Colin Archibald, he's the one having the biggest shots, but it's all been on pace. And just an inside edge. Is it going to be 1? Is it going to leak to the boundary for 4? Oh, it is going to leak to the boundary for 4. Enough bat on, enough pace off Kareem Agor, and the crowd is loving it. A boundary, you need 1 in a super over. And Archibald, not the way he wanted it, but the way he'll take it.
Yeah, you're going to need more than that still, but good news is they still have a couple of balls.
So here we go. That delivery wasn't a bad delivery at all, but he's just found that inside edge to run all the way back down. Fine leg for 4. 4 runs come up there. This one is hit over the top. That's going to be 6. Or has he picked out the fielder? It's 6.
What a shot.
It's 6. That's 12 runs from the super over so far. You had the leg by, you had the 1 from Obis Pinar, you had the 4 in the previous over, and Archibald, that's why he's in, because he can deliver shots like that over mid-wicket. There was a fielder running around, but it's too much for him even.
What are you bowling on this last ball if you're Kareema?
You got to go to the Yorker. I think that's where you've had a lot of success, and I think you go on stumps. Let him try to swing across, and he's bowled. Don't let him try to take any singles off of you. Again, already 12 runs from the over, so it's not a bad over in anyone's perspective. It's still anyone's game. A boundary here, though, firmly sends it in favor of the Raptors. Here we go. Kareema can't give up a 3rd boundary. It's straight back. It should just be, it could be 2, could be 4. No, it is just going to be 2. Yes, they're going to make 2 up in the end. And they're thinking about 3. No, they're not going to get 3. Smart work from Mario Rampersad, and that's going to do it. That's 14 runs from the super over.
Wow. Yeah, Milan Kumar once again throwing from the far end all the way to the keeper. Good throw. Stopped any chance of a 3rd run.
Imagine a wayward throw again. They're able to sneak that 3rd one across. Almost there. Pinar had the wiggles to be able to get back and say, oh, okay, we're going for this third one. But again, Archibald changes the complexion of that over. We talked about we started with a dot, we started with a leg by, and then a single. And then from there you're saying you only have 2 runs in this over, and then 4, 6 to change the complexion of the match, and then 2 to end it. Again, 12 runs from the, 14 runs from the over, if my math is correct, because you have the leg by, you have the single, the 2 at the end, and then the 6 and the 4 make that 14. So 14 from from that over. Again, we'll see if the Philadelphians can chase out 15.
That's how they do it. They do the same thing. They only counted the 4. It's a weird way of doing it. I think they should have a goal line. Yeah, but like, sweep it over. Yeah, sweep it over the body. You gotta do it with skill.
Welcome back to Church Street Park. Officially 15 runs is a target for the Philadelphians, and we're having a conversation now. Who do the Raptors send into bull? Archibald would be the consensus thought because he finished the game off for them in the first innings. However, he's been out to bat for quite some time. Do you go to the likes of maybe a Shiva Kumar, who is bowled very economically all throughout the day?
I would, and as we said before, Shiva he's got the guts and he's got the ability to bowl in any situation. I would go with him for sure. Now, who would you go with to bat if you're the Philadelphians?
So I think you go with a big hitting combo up top. It's a lefty-righty combo in Syed Abdullah and Derek Narayan. I think that's a brilliant call if they were to do that, because Narayan was able to put shots away. Syed, we know if he gets on any of them, he's tanked for a reason. He can clear this ground. And then the one down spot to me becomes interesting. Is it Jonathan Fu, who's finished games for you in the past, but that was on turf? Or do you go Liam Plunkett, who had a big innings, hit a couple of big shots, and is more accustomed to playing on turf?
I think you go with Fu. He's a little more fresh right now, so I would go Fu. He's done this in the past for them. They brought him back into the team this year as a wild card. They brought him back for a reason, and this is the reason.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's that finisher role that he was so famous for last year. Had one of the brilliant reels that were put on the Instagram. Again, Emily Reynolds with brilliant job there.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite ones.
It was a Drake song. He had the great celebration, slicing his neck. Now, here is an interesting thing that we're all going to mention up front. If there were a tie, if the Philadelphians were to get 14 runs from this over and tie, it would be based off boundary count, just like it was in the ODI World Cup. At this stage of the match, I've just gotten word the Raptors have scored 16 boundaries. The Philadelphians, 13. So if they were to tie, the Raptors would win off boundary count.
Those 6s from Archibald late,
absolutely,
really
those
important.
Last 3 4s, that's what changed the match. Think about it.
And we might not even be here if the first innings they had gone for the extra run.
Absolutely.
Mario Rampersad, you would expect a guy like him to go for that extra run. And but thanks to that, the Raptors were able to get here with Obus Pinar and with Colin Archibald.
And you can see the lights illuminating Church Street Park at the moment. And again, you talk about all the big contributions from Abiram Bolasetti's big boundary hitting. Colin Archibald, the last 3 4s from Obus Pinar to get them to the situation. Also, that's what changed the tie. They were tied at 13 in boundary count.
Yeah.
The last 3 make it so that the Raptors are at 16. Now, again, who are the Philadelphians going to send out? Me personally, I think it's Narayan and Syed Abdullah. I think you have to send those 2 out. They're proven, they're tested, and they're big hitters.
Yeah, the good thing for them is they do have options. So we will see. It will be interesting. But yeah, as you said, PNR with 5 4s after a struggle to start. He went for a run of ball for so long, a little bit longer than you would have liked him to, ideally. But those 5 4s really big news right now.
Absolutely great and big news for the Morrisville Raptors. We're seeing the batsmen walk into the middle And it looks like it's going to be Milind Kumar at one end and Syed Abdullah at the other. Now, Syed Abdullah was taken out earlier, if you remember. Did not have any of the big shots. It was Derek Narayan who had the big shots from the two. So an interesting choice, which means now you have three options at the back end. Is it going to be a Derek Narayan? Is it going to be a Jonathan Fu? Or is it going to be a Liam Plunkett with Milind Kumar in there? Now, he did have some success. Didn't hit many boundaries, but at least was able to rotate consistently. Again, interesting decision here.
You know, yeah, this is an interesting decision.
Again,
it looks like Archibald's got the ball, as we can see there.
Wow. It is going to be Colin Archibald. Now, again, I thought fatigue may play a factor as to why you give it to Shiva. Now, I don't think Archibald is a bad bowler in this situation at all. People struggled to play him. His economy was decent enough where you talk about, he had a decent enough time with the ball. 4 overs, 31 runs, picked up a wicket as well. But to me, Shiva would have been the guy just based off the fatigue factor. But they've elected to go Colin Archibald. Again, to me, Milind Kumar would not be the guy sent out either. I know he's the captain. I know he's played a lot of cricket around the world.
Sure.
But I think I would have rather sent Derek Narayan to come in.
I would rather have, at the same time, I would rather have Milind Kumar out there against Colin Archibald than I would against Shiva Kumar Devarapan.
Sure, absolutely, yes, because the lefty-righty combo just creates some different angles. Again, Archibald, he's played cricket all around the world as well, picked for the West Indies A squad, so he's not unaccustomed to being in pressure situations. But here we go. Another super over in minor league cricket. It's Archibald with the ball, Kumar with the bat, and his top edge up in the air. It's not going to find the boundary. Is he going to take the catch? No, it's going to fall short. Make sure you stop it. He does. And it's going to be 2 runs. Is there backup? There is. So 2 runs to start off of a top edge. So not the way you would have wanted it, but the way you'll take it. If you're Milind Kumar, that means you need 13 from the last 5.
Oh, that's a tough one.
13 from the last 5. That is the same as what happened with the Morrisville Raptors. And there, they need 13 from the last 5. And we ended up at a tie. So if we end up at a tie again, it would be the Raptors who have a 3 more boundaries, and they would win the game based off boundary count.
Well, there's your pick 3. 1, 3, 5.
There you go.
13
There's
off
your
the last
pick 3.
5.
Here we go. 13 from 5. Colin Archibald again with the ball. Kumar with the bat. Oh, creative. But it's only going to find fine leg, and he stopped it. He's done well, and he's kept it to 1.
Good fielding there. Good effort.
Had he spilled that one, there was definite 2-1 offer, and it could have gone all the way for 4. But now it's Syed Abdullah, the bigger hitter of the 2. He can go straight back down the ground and can go big.
The North. Good job stopping that.
Absolutely. Again, fine leg is not a position that you sleep at anymore. All the innovation, it is a very active position in the modern T20 game. Here we go, Abdullah facing his first delivery of the super over. He didn't have a big day with the bat in the first innings. Can he have one now in the super over? Oh, he's bowled! Colin Archibald with the Yorker. Patented. You can see he's gone up in excitement. That's why they've gone to him. It's the experience. It's what he can do with every single variation, with every single delivery. It's a great delivery. Hits the off stump on a Yorker, and Syed Abdullah tank. He's got to walk off.
But we're not done yet. That's 3 runs off the first 3 balls. If you'll remember the first super over, there were 2 runs scored off the first 3 balls. So if we end with a 4-6-2, then it'll end, well...
It'll end in a win.
It'll end in a win for the Raptors. Right, won't it? Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. Math.
Math is hard, guys. That's why we're over here.
I'm sorry.
And it looks like it is going to be the man they brought back for just this, Jonathan Fu. They've sent him in here alongside Milind Kumar, the captain. He's at the non-strikers end. Jonathan Fu.
We called it. We knew he'd be the next one out.
Remember, he finished games against Dane Pete's DC Hawks last year.
I'm a little bit shocked that he was. If you weren't going to go to Ryan and Abdullah, I'm a little bit shocked that you didn't go with Fu and whomever else.
It's an interesting call there, but again, one they're going to have to live with now. Hindsight is 2020. Here we go. Colin Archibald. Can he hit one more Yorker, or can Jonathan Fu redo the magic from last year? It's straight back. Oh, what a foot! Put his foot down. Had he not, I think that was storming away to the boundary. Keeps it to just 1.
Great stop there.
That was unbelievable. You can see smile off Jonathan Fu. He knew how firmly he struck it. And Colin Archibald with a sense of mind to just put a foot down, plant it, show off some of the soccer skills he probably picked up down there in the islands.
So that's 4 runs off the first 4 balls. They need to get to 15 to win because we know the tiebreaker is the boundary.
So 11 from 2. That means You need
2 sixes.
You need 2 sixes.
Or a no ball wide.
However you're going to get it, you're going to get it. Colin Archibald can't bowl a no ball. Remember, he bowled one earlier in the first innings. Can't have a replicate of that one. Here we go. Comes in. It's falling straight up in the air, though. I don't think he's got quite all of it. No, he hasn't. Can he Rohan Tefutke? Yes, Rohan Tefutke has won the match. And that's it. The screens, another hard-clinching win for the Morrisville Raptors. They're up in elation.
Oh, my
He was
gosh.
storming in from long off. Takes a brilliant catch running in. Pass on the back, and he's bumped up one of the more calm faces of the Morrisville Raptors. But this time, the youngster with the catch, all smiles. And the Morrisville Raptors once again with another big time in the clutch win, this time against the Philadelphians under the lights at Church Street Park.
And that's Rohan Tefutke for you. He ran at least 30 yards to get to that ball. I mean, maybe even 40 yards. That was a heck of a run. Sprint full speed ahead, and to catch the ball when you're sprinting full speed ahead like that, it's a very difficult thing.
And it didn't need to come down to all 6. They got 2 wickets. Colin Archibald, to me, easily the player of the match. What he did with the bat, you talk about 31 from 14, the 2 boundaries in the power and the super over, and then the 2 wickets he picked up. To me, it's a clear-cut obvious to go along with the 1 wicket in the first innings. What a match. What a show of character from the Raptors on the first 2 nights. They showed it yesterday with the 1-off-1. It was the skipper who did it that time, and this time it's the whole team who gathered around each other, came together, and pick up a big-time win.
And the Raptors just beat a very, very good team, and this is going to go a long way for their confidence. We saw the Lightning out here kicking butt earlier today. Lightning looking like maybe they were going to be the second-best team in the league. The Raptors come back and say, hey, wait a second, we're not done. We got a game tonight.
And that's a big part for how they're going to look in the standings. 2 wins now to go along with the 1 loss. Again, the run rate will be close anyway because every game for them has come down to the final delivery. Literally, every game has come down to that final ball, at least the final over. This was an unbelievable matchup here. If you look through the scorecard, again, it was Liam Plunkett and it was the man Drysdale early on who just created all kinds of havoc for the Morrisville Raptors. 4 for Lihiru Malanta before he was undone. 13 for 21 for Vinod. Sanjay Stanley came in with a nice innings, forgot to ground the bat, gets run out, 26 off of 34. But it was Obis Panaro stuck in for the majority of the game. 3 fours to end the match, 43 off of 34. Rohan Tefutke bowl chopped on, 2 off of 3. Abhiram Bolaseki with a flurry of 6s to keep the Raptors in the match, 16 off 11. And Colin Archibald, 31 off of 14, not out. He got them to the tie. He got them over the line in the super over. And then with the ball again, able to pick up 2 wickets. And Rohan Tefutke, what a beautiful catch.
And the clutch batting from Jacobus PNR when he needed to do it the most after he struggled. Wow, that says a lot about his character.
Absolutely. What an exciting night of cricket. The Raptors, they win. And don't go anywhere. We'll be back here tomorrow with 2 more games at Church Street Park. Of course, 1 under the lights. Nothing better in the USA cricket than Church Street under the lights. For Nate Hayes, for the entire production team, with Babar, with Aaron, with Khalid Bhai, with Junaid, I'm Aman Patel. We're signing off here tonight, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Want to bring the camera back to you or to... Okay.